introduce today's facilitator. And today's facilitator is in the name of Dr. Fiona Anderson. Dr. Anderson is the manager of Angra Provision Academy. And the good doctor is an enthusiastic lifelong learner and a committed education advocate with over 21 years of experience in shaping the future of learning. She holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Education and a Master degree in Education as well as qualifications in Training and Development and Academic Leadership. Her distinguished career has spanned basic education, vocational education, higher education, and skills development, where she has made remarkable contributions in the curriculum development, program management, digital learning strategies, and faculty development. Passionate about lifelong learning, Dr. Anderson has consistently advanced innovative approaches to enhance workplace or workforce readiness, promote professional growth, and foster inclusive learning environments. She continues to collaborate widely at both national and international levels, driving transformation through evidence-based practices and strategic partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in inviting Dr. Anderson to the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all doing well. Thank you, Mr. Nambala, for welcoming me. Good morning, task force members and my fellow champions in TVET education, I would like to call it. Just please allow me. Yesterday I sat and I thought, what am I going to do this morning? And I thought I want to do something special for you. So just allow me. The day you want technology to work, that day it goes off. All right. So, as I've said, I've prepared something for you last night. And I wanted to reflect on the 2 days that we've spent so far within this conference and to encapsulate what was said over the 2 days and as well as setting the tone for today's sessions. So please just give me 5 minutes of your time just to do that. Right. So over the past 2 days, we've journeyed through a rich exploration of what it means to elevate the quality and impact of Namibia's TVET delivery model. Each presentation and discussion has shown us that TVET is not only about training for jobs, but about shaping futures, building resilience, and ensuring that our young people are ready for a rapidly changing world. On day one, we focused on bridging the digital divide. We explored scalable digital solution, inclusive e-learning practices, simulation training, and strategies to make digital literacy a reality for our TVET students. We also saw how technology, this being from how we can use Moodle platforms to facilitate teaching and learning, and AI, VR, and AR can be harnessed to bring about world-class skills training to every corner of our country. On day two, the spotlight was on enhancing excellence and sustainability. We reflected on the quality and transformation within our TVET institutions, the power of structured apprenticeships, the impact of community-based skills training, and how employer-led initiatives can strengthen our national skills pipeline. Importantly, we learned that collaboration, whether through shared resources or integrated models, will be the key to sustainability and long-term excellence in TVET. Today, as we move into day three under the theme of building capacity and growing inclusion, we are called to look inward at how we strengthen our trainers, ensuring lifelong learning and making sure that no community or learner is left behind. Today's program challenges us to place people at the center of skills development, whether they are the trainers or the trainees, or marginalized groups who deserve access to opportunities. But as we look across the themes over the past 2 days, I can't help being concerned about this, and therefore I had to include this, that one area that has not been strongly highlighted in the national skills competition is agriculture. And I'm a little bit reassured because I know Mr. Kambinda's topic specifically relates to this today. So I'm quite excited about that presentation. Yet agriculture remains a cornerstone of Namibia's development vision, food security, and our NDP 6 priorities of sustainability and resilience. Imagine the possibilities if agriculture students can also participate in national skills competitions, showcasing skills in agricultural technological innovations, or AgTech, as we would like to call them, climate-smart farming, precision irrigation, livestock health technologies, and agro-processing. Just as we celebrate excellence in engineering and IT and other trades, we could equally celebrate the farmer who uses drone technology to monitor crops, the youth innovator designing solar-powered cold storage, or the trainer piloting hydroponic systems for urban food security. By integrating agriculture into platforms like the National Skills Competition, we align directly with Namibia's commitment to food security, job creation, and sustainable livelihoods. Moreover, it ensures that our young people see agriculture not as traditional subsistence, but as a modern, technology-driven and aspirational career path. And yesterday, one of our presenters mentioned that we need to make TVET more sexy. So I would like to think that we include agriculture also in that sexy part, bringing the youth back into the sexy part of agricultural education. And as we enter today's discussions, let us carry forward the inspirations of the past 2 days, while daring to ask, how can we make agriculture in every sector not yet represented on this platform competitive and inclusive within our national skills ecosystems? Thank you, and I look forward to today's sessions. And please, let's give ourselves a round of applause because you were really a committed audience right up to today. Thank you for that. Okay. Allow me to introduce today's first speaker, and she's our guest speaker. This is Ms. Poniso Watema. Is she in the room? Ms. Poniso? I don't see Ms. Poniso. Is Ms. Poniso here? Not yet? Okay. Dr. Kadila, can I put you on the spot? Dr. Kadila is one of our very good doctors whom I worked with the time I was at UNAM. So just before, while Dr. Kadila is getting ready, I'm also a daughter of TVET by choice. Despite passing grade 12 very well, I chose to go study hairdressing. So after hairdressing, I started my first teaching job in the north, and that was at Ilua Special School, where I taught hairdressing students in sign language, hearing impaired students in sign language. So yes, it was by choice. And let us continue to also instill this love for TVET in the students that we teach on a daily basis. Dr. Kadila, welcome. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Kadila. Yes, miss. Dr. Kadila, they didn't inform me that this lady is online. Sorry. The first speaker, our guest speaker, will be joining us online. And please allow me to introduce Ms. Poniso Watema. She's an extraordinary lady, by the way. Ms. Poniso, good morning. Our digital team, is she online? Okay, while we're waiting for the digital team to assist, please allow me to read Ms. Boniso's biography. So Ms. Boniso is the principal of Mutare Polytechnic, a position she's held since 2014 after rising through leadership roles at Musvingo Polytechnic. This is so small, sorry colleagues. She holds a Master of Science in Tourism and Hospitality Management and a B.Ed in Home Economics, and has established the Tourism and Hospitality Department at Musvingo Polytechnic in 2006. Currently, she serves as the Secretary General of the Principals of Polytechnics and Industrial Training Colleges, this being PPITC. Good morning, Ms. Boniso. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. We're looking forward to your presentation. Colleagues, just in the audience, as you see in the program, today's session is called Driving Quality and Innovation in Training Delivery. Thank you, Ms. Boniso. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I will share my screen for my presentation.
While we're waiting for them, I would just like to remind the presenters, apart from the guest speaker, the presenters in the room, you have 40 minutes. Please do not utilize the whole 40 minutes for your presentation, because that 40 minutes is inclusive of your Q&A sessions as well. So please, if you could stop between 20 and 25 minutes with your presentation and allow the remaining minutes for Q&A, we would appreciate that. I will be timing you. Remember, I'm a teacher by profession. Teachers are very, very strict, even the hairdressing teachers. And I forgot to mention that I left the Brazilians at home today. I brought the Namzilians. So I guess we're ready. So Ms. Boniso, you have 20 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests, faculty members, industry partners, students, friends. I'm really greatly honored to present this very important national skills competition. My presentation will be in trainer upskilling, lifelong learning, industry alignment, innovation and education 5.0s, issues, stories, success stories of Mutare Polytechnic, and competencies for the future. But I'll start with a video.
Welcome to Mutare Polytechnic, a premier technical education institution established in 1948. With over 3,000 students across 6 academic divisions, we're proud to showcase our success stories under Zimbabwe's Education 5.0 initiative. Our institution aligns with Vision 2030, the SADC Protocol on Education, and Africa's Agenda 2063, focusing on innovation, industrialization, and skills development. Our heritage-based education has led to remarkable industrial transformations. Here are some of our flagship projects. We've tapped into indigenous knowledge systems to create innovative products ready for the market. At Matare Polytechnic, we're not just educating students, we're building Zimbabwe's future through practical skills, innovation, and heritage-based solutions. Join us as we continue to transform education for industrialization and modernization.
Driving quality and innovation in training delivery requires a demand-driven, skills-focused approach that includes strong industry partnership, effective quality assurance mechanisms, and strategies of strengthening, well-trained trainers, adequate resources, and up-to-date curriculum aligned with labor market needs to prevent skills gap. Skills intelligence through skills audit data and forecasting to understand emerging skills and future labor markets needs that inform curricular development and strategic partnership. Training is not divorced from industry because at the end of the day, we train for industry and also we need cutting edge equipment and technology. Robust quality assurance systems, that is systematic processes to ensure consistency and reliability in assessment and qualification as per qualification frameworks. Stakeholder confidence in order to build confidence among graduates, employers that qualifications are valid, reliable, and reflect current occupational standards. So, in order for us to achieve this, first of all, we need the human capital, that is the trainer. It is important to have trainer upskilling. At Matare Polytechnic, we ensure of a pool of qualified TVET trainers who have both technical expertise and strong pedagogics. We firmly believe that quality education begins with empowered educators. So it is critical to continuously develop our lecturers from master's programs to staff tuition exemption in order to motivate them. And that is why we invest heavily in continuous professional development knowledge, teaching methodologies for our teaching staff and industry professionals. We do have exchange programs and visiting industrialists to come and help in bridging instructor shortages, having experts to come and train within our colleges. And this brings practical experience to the classroom. From master's programs and tuition exemption for lecturers to cutting-edge staff development workshops, we ensure that our trainers remain ahead of emerging technological and pedagogical trends through trainer upskilling. Initiatives like the Autodesk MOUs, which we entered into to ensure that students are empowered with computer-aided design skills and competencies so that they match the current technological trends. We ensure our trainers remain ahead of emerging technological trends and student skills competitions by attending even international national skills competition, and also exposing our lecturers and students alike to global best practices, fostering a culture of creativity and entrepreneurship. Through ATUPA, through Mutare Polytechnic research conferences and innovation symposiums, which we usually hold each year, inviting industrialists. And through these initiatives of trainer upskilling, we have produced canopies for cars using fiberglass and bucket seats for stadiums. In lifelong learning, education is not a destination, it is a journey beyond. At Mutare Polytechnic, we embrace the philosophy of lifelong learning by encouraging academic growth beyond the classroom through modular programs, workshops, debates, Pan-African Youth Forum through ATUPA, and also we cultivate adaptability and resilience in our learners through grooming them so that they can articulate. Our curriculum review process, coupled with engagement in trade fairs and world expos, also enrich our students and ensure that students and alumni remain relevant in a rapid changing job market while contributing meaningfully to their communities. And these are some of the products which you can see produced by our students, graduate-led consortium, that is Toro Root Flour, that is embracing our heritage. Toro Cereals. Industry alignment. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the hallmarks of Mutare Polytechnic is our strong alignment with the industry needs. We collaborate with the partners extensively with industry companies, institutions such as NAMACO, a regulator body for all TVET discipline, Hexico, our examination body, and also Zimbabwe Prison Correctional Services, so that we also train inmates. When they get out, they also fit well in their community to ensure that our curriculum reflects real-world requirements. Demand-driven in order to identify skills needs and develop relevant training content and assessment. Apprenticeship programs, work-based learning or on-the-job training that facilitates opportunities for real work, providing practical experience and strengthening the connection between education and the trades and tailor-made short courses. Our graduates are not only employable, but are also equipped with entrepreneurial mindset, as demonstrated through innovation like the Ntoloane Toro Root Flour, the Wu one from the wild berry. Innovation in Education 5.0. Innovation is the art of education 5.0, which emphasizes teaching, research, innovation, industrialization, and community engagement. At Mutare Polytechnic, we embrace this paradigm shift by developing practical, low-cost, and impactful projects like brick molding, modular production system, and consortium-based startup. These initiatives ensure that our students do not merely learn concepts, but apply them in problem solving in the real world and within their communities, contributing to industrial growth and supporting local entrepreneurship core systems. Here you can see a boardroom done by Mutare Polytechnic students at Chinhoyi University of Technology, and also heritage-based, our national fabric, coming up with a design through our clothing students. Success stories of Mutare Polytechnic. Our success speaks for itself. Mutare has made visible impact through various projects from farm products like poultry, beef, fish, chicken, eggs, pork, vegetables, maize, that bolster food security to engineering innovations such as bucket seat canopies, infrastructure projects for institutions like the GZU, Great Zimbabwe University, Midland State University, and Chinhoyi University. From the video, you saw some of the projects which were done by our students. We have got also startup initiative with students coming up with their own consortium that like Fabao, Sustainship, which demonstrate how our students convert ideas into enterprises. On the videos there, you can see also our student at the Atupa who won using the baobab tea, which they manufactured, and they won the first prize. That was in August. And also on the other picture, our students who are now in China being trained in water and electrical starting in August again. So we collaborate also internationally. Competencies for the future. The future demands graduates who are digitally literate, creative and entrepreneurial, and environmentally conscious. At Mutare Polytechnic, we integrate cybersecurity, renewable energy, circular economy principles, and business innovation into our programs. Initiatives like the Nanga Gota program, initiated by the First Lady, Amai Dr. Mnangagwa, training our youth in our culture heritage and our culture beliefs. Business innovations into our programs. While our emphasis is on monitoring and evaluation and systems thinking to ensure that our graduates are prepared to design solutions for complex societal challenges and ethically sustainable. In conclusion, our esteemed guests, driving quality and innovation in training delivery is central to our mission at Mutare Polytechnic. And how have we embraced this? We have embraced Education 5.0 in investing in trainer development, aligning with the industry, and fostering innovation ecosystem, which we have also drafted into our strategic plans and our National Development Strategy 1. We are shaping graduates who are ready to lead in business technology. Yes, our training is student-centered. And we also train them also to come up with and cause industry in the production of goods and services, and also community transformation through such programs like the ISO, the Integrated Skills Expanded Outreach Program, in which we are aiming on rural industrialization in order to eradicate poverty in our rural populations. We are building a future where education becomes the engine for industrialization. No one should be coming into cities, but also in our rural areas, there should also be cities on their own. In so doing, we promote economic growth and sustainable development across Zimbabwe, Africa, and internationally. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Poniso Watema. And you're well within time. I still have 3 minutes left. So the 3 minutes that we've got left, we will allow some questions. So while the colleagues are thinking about their questions, in Ms. Watema's presentation, we could see that they really tackling the issue of innovation and industrialization at Mutare Polytechnic. So thank you for that, Ms. Watema. I was also impressed when you talked about the moving capital, this being the trainer, because we often don't see ourselves as moving capital, but we are indeed very valuable assets for each of the institutions that we serve. Thank you for that. Colleagues, any questions for Ms. Watema? We've got a question over there. Thank you for the roaming mic. Maybe could you just please rise when you ask your question. Again, please just introduce yourself and the institution that you're coming from, and then briefly state your question, please, to avoid any confusion for the presenter. Thank you.
So good morning. Ms. Kenaihe from Veneto Places, a school in Omaheke region. So what I want to ask is, how do you integrate digital tools without excluding your students who may have limited access to technology? Because you highlighted a point where you said you want to make a city, you don't want the learners to come to the cities, but you want to make where they are a city. So could you just elaborate on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe another question? We've got one more question over there and one more question over there. So we'll allow the 3 questions, and then we'll give some time for Ms. Watema to answer those 3 questions.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Excuse me, can I have the first question?
Okay, can we just maybe repeat the
I
first
did not
question?
get it.
I just want you to highlight on how do you integrate digital tools without excluding learners who may have limited access to technology. Was that clear?
Yes. Can I answer?
We'll allow a second one and a third one, Ms. Poniso, before we'll give you time to answer. There was a second question over here and the third one over there. Yes, please, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity this morning. Maybe just before I ask the question, just to share some information. I have done some research about this Polytech years back. I had the interest because my younger brother had the opportunity to study there. So I did, prior to him going there, I had to do a lot of research about various polytechnics in your country. And you end up being among the best polytechnics. So it's advisable that we find ways to do some benchmarking, to undertake visits to your institution so that we can learn from best practices. So I would like to find out to what extent is your polytechnic open for MOUs with TVET providers in Namibia that are aligned with your programs. So there could be exchange programs, there can be benchmarking, we can learn from your best practices.
Thank you. The third question.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My question is, I wanted to find out, especially in the creative sector and arts, I see in our country, I see a lack of skills auditing, and I just wanted to find out how is your institution going about to do this very important part of identifying the skills gap and and so on? Or how do you go about maybe easy steps that Namibia can learn from you? Because I think that's an area where we are not yet tapping in. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Paniso, please feel free to answer those 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will start with the last question presenter on the creative sector, especially arts, on skills auditing. In Zimbabwe, through our Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education, in 2018, the ministry embarked through the government on an initiative of skills auditing across the country and came up with a voluminous book which identified areas where we have got critical skills shortage. And I'm happy to say, in the arts industry, we don't have any shortages at all. But we continue training because we are an institution which believes that our graduates can also be, through partnership with other countries, transferred or engaged to work in other countries so that we improve within the SADC region, those countries which might lack in those areas. Then I'll proceed on to the question number 2. To what extent, as a TVET institution, how we can collaborate with institutions in Namibia for benchmarking and best practices. As Mutare Polytechnic, we already have one of your institutions in Namibia, Welwishia, whom starting in 2024, were engaged, and we now have an MOU on collaboration where we'll be establishing technical and vocational education with Welwishia. And there shall be lecturer exchange programs in the training up to a time when Welwishia will have its own lecturers. And then lastly, the first question on digital skills without excluding learners without assistance. We have incorporated multimedia learning, incorporating various learning models. I indicated that we have got a program which is called ISOP, Integrated Skills Expansion Program, which is targeting communities and rural areas where we have those marginalized people. The institution goes to the community. And I think during my presentation on the video, you saw some women who had children, etc. That was a classroom in a community far away in Chimanimani, where our lecturers were training courses, short courses in areas like biogas digester, installation and construction, so that we alleviate afforestation. We are training in solar installation, so that also in our rural areas, our people can enjoy the green energy. We train also in brick and block learning, so that we remove them from the stick and dagger era, and they can mold their own bricks and construct quality houses. These are some of the initiatives in short courses which we have done. We are also training them in early childhood training so that they can also open ECD centers in rural areas. Those students who are marginalized, the government of Zimbabwe, through the higher and tertiary education, introduced what we call work for fees. Students come to our institutions, we provide them with all learning requirements and digital apparatus so that they also get the required training. And then at the end of the day, we utilize them to work in some of our projects, be it the construction area, fabrication area, horticulture area, and we pay for their fees and tuition and livelihood on campus. These are some of the initiatives which were introduced by our government because our excellency came up with this master of leaving no one and no place behind to ensure that all communities are empowered by year 2030. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I trust that all the questions were answered and you were satisfied with the responses. Thank you very much, Ms. Poniso. We could see that you're embracing Education 5.0 and that you're instilling quality education not only in your trainees, but also equally investing in the continuous professional development of your trainers. So thank you very much for that insightful presentation. Unfortunately, due to time, we won't be able to allow any further questions, but if there are further questions, we encourage the audience to please reach out. The Secretariat will have the contact details of Ms. Poniso Watema. Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a good day further. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you. That was wonderful.
Right. Colleagues, we're a little bit pressed for time. As you know, we have a tea time coming up, and we still have two more presenters to fit into those time slots. So please, sometimes I might have to respectfully cut certain questions or sessions short in the interest of time, so please bear with me. Right, Dr. Kadila, now the floor is officially yours. Let's give him a round of applause. So Dr. Kadila's topic will be professionalizing TVET, developing trainer qualifications and lifelong CPD. So before Dr. starts his session, let me just quickly do an introduction of Dr. Kadila, our seasoned expert and very passionate about quality assurance. It's very close to his heart. Right. Dr. Kadila is the Chief Executive Officer at the Namibian College of Open Learning, NAMCOL as we all know it, with a career spanning general education, TVET, and higher education. He has held senior quality assurance roles at NQA, NUST, and UNAM, and served 3 terms on the NQA Council, including the chairperson of the NTA Standards Assessment and Certification Council. He holds a PhD in higher education studies and postgraduate and master's qualifications in education and international training in quality assurance. Thank you, Dr. Kadila. Welcome. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues, participants, organizers, to thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you some issues around professionalization of TVET training. I needed that technology to regulate my slides. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, and that's my name on the screen and my current portfolio. It's almost a new portfolio. started on the 1st of March 2025. But before that, I spent some time at UNAM in quality assurance and many other responsibilities. That is the outline of what I'm going to share with you. I wish that screen was a little bit here. In future, with AI, we are also going to have virtual screens where it's just there. The slide is just in the air. So when you look at me, you think I'm just talking out of my mind, but I'm reading from a virtual screen. So that is what Obama does. So our presentation, my presentation will cover issues around TVET training challenges, so that most of you have already discussed in this platform. So why TVET or technical skills alone as trainers are not enough, and the importance of teaching qualification in TVET trainers, for TVET trainers, understanding effective teaching theories, holistic trainee approach or development, Namibian competency standard for TVET trainers, continuous professional development for short CPD strategy, the way forward. Then I will conclude, and the facilitator or moderator has just whispered that I have 20 minutes. My former colleague from UNAM, we did so much in some of the issues that I'm going to share with you here when we were at UNAM. And I also want to acknowledge my former high school teacher here. She just spotted me. Then she said, I taught you biology. I need to make you aware that after you taught me biology, I went to do biology at varsity. Then I became a biology teacher, and I wrote some books in biology. So Professor Nyati is also my university teacher. He taught me curriculum. Some of these things that I'm going to discuss here, they are from those lessons. And when I'm doing a good job, it's him. When I'm messing up, it's still him. So apology for the screen. And as I'm a teacher, and being fixed in one position is really a challenge to a trained teacher. Therefore, if I'm looking too far to access my screen, please apologies for that. So in terms of the current challenges, so we have already, I've not spent much time, issues of skills gaps have come out here, industry disconnect, that gap between what we train and what the industry needs, the rapid change in the economy or in our space. It takes short time to develop a curriculum, for example, through your national consultations, skills committees, quality assurance, registration, accreditation, then offering. So yet the world is changing. The time we start offering that qualification or program, it's already out of date. So then issues around that is also, if we are not training, the cost for inadequate training in the long term will be felt, because if our students, our trainees are inadequately trained, so when they go out there with limited workplace readiness, so the employer will still train them. So it doubles the cost. So employers are unable to find skilled workers because the common concept of half-baked products. So economic development will be now hampered because of the skills shortage. So in youth unemployment, although we were shown figures here by Mr. Moses from Okakarara VTC on the issue of unemployment, Mr. Indongo also shared. Probably these are some of the issues why youth unemployment is very high. Despite that, we keep training. So why technical skills? because these trainers in our VTCs and many other places, including NAMCOL, so they have technical skills because they went through training, whether they are boiler makers or they are engineers, and this is not only limited to TVET, even in university where a professor of medicine must now teach. So why that technical or professional skills is not enough? So if you can, there's a common belief that if you can do it, you can teach it. So that is a misconception. So in fact, those who are good at what they do, they end up being terrible teachers. So because they know everything is just simple. I remember in high school, our mathematics teacher, when you ask them, so as a teacher from Nigeria, the colleague is here. So when you ask them a question, you annoy them. So these simple things. So if questions are becoming too many, they can even leave the class. So they can do it well. They think the learners or the trainees or students at varsity must also do the way they understand it. So knowing how to do it does not translate to a good teacher or a good trainer. So in fact, so there's a common say that teachers are not born, they become. So meaning that to be a good teacher or a good trainer, you must go through training. So this assumption has led to poor learning outcomes, high dropout rates, graduate preparedness for work readiness, and ineffective training delivery methods. So because they are just thrown in a deep end, go train. Some are coming from industry. They good, very good on what they do in industry, but now they are in the workshop to train. It's a different environment altogether. So professional teaching, difference between technical competence is not equal to teaching competence. So they may have technical competence, but not teaching competence. So effective training requires understanding of learning processes. So they need to understand how learning takes place. So diverse teaching methods so that they are able to adapt depending on the topics they teach or they train or in the situation in which they train. Assessment strategies and professional reflection capabilities. So all these do not happen by accident. So one needs to have skills on how to perform this. Then importance of teaching qualification. So I'm using the term teaching loosely because whether you are a teacher for a school teacher, it's still teaching. Whether you are a trainer, in the end is teaching, or a lecturer at the university is teaching. So a teacher needs some pedagogical knowledge. So when you are in the adult environment, that is andragogy. So you need instructional skills. You need professional practice. Maybe the latter is very important. So under pedagogical knowledge, they need to understand how learning takes place. And there are theories out there that have been tested. And they can still test these theories in their different environments. If they are not exposed to that, how do we expect them to apply that? So adult learning principles or theories, andragogy that I made reference to. So they need to understand principles behind curriculum development and implementation. They need to understand issues around assessment strategies. So if they have not gone through training, so you don't expect them to perform to expectations. So in terms of instruction or training itself, So they need to understand how to plan a lesson, for example, how to deliver a lesson using different teaching methodologies. So they need to understand how to integrate technology from our e-learning colleagues. How do you integrate technology in your learning? So they need to understand issues around workplace-based learning. And with professional practice, so issues of ethics, if they are not trained, they can be good carpenters, whatever they are training in, but unethical. Then issues around continuous improvement, industry engagement, research and innovation. So that is just to point to the importance of why having a teaching or a training qualification is important. So in terms of understanding effective teaching theories, here are just a few theories that are there. And these are some of the things that Professor Nyati has introduced me at master's level, theories of constructivism. So you have cognitive constructivism, social constructivism. Cognitive is about the mind, social is a learning, is a social setting where they interact with the environment, teacher, trainer, the other learners, technology, and whatever is around there. So issues about experiential learning, social learning theories, competence-based theory, learning approaches that our TVET curriculum is more based on at the moment. So what do we mean by professionalizing TVET training or teaching? So here are just a few. One definition is not enough to define it, but we look at features of professional practice. So it's standard-based, meaning that there must be standards, predetermined standards in place with clearly defining competency expectations. So there must be a formal qualification. So meaning that in addition to your technical qualification, you need to have a qualification in teaching. And I know currently in Namibia, NAST is doing that to provide teaching qualification for technical trainers and or TVET trainers and technical teachers. So technical teachers are those teachers who are in the field or in the mainstream school teaching vocational subjects. So there must be continuous professional development arrangements, meaning that after you have obtained your basic qualification in teaching and technical field, you must continuously be engaged in lifelong learning. So whether it's through short courses or learning long programs, which is recognizable. So in the current professions that we know, for example, engineering, medicine, nursing, and many others, so these arrangements are already in place. So continuously, they collect CPD points. And, you know, they have to register to practice. Currently, teaching is everyone's business. You just come and start. Then, but in other professions, you register, you present your qualifications, you register, then that registration is not lifetime. Maybe after 3 years, whatever the time is defined, you go back and re-register. As you re-register, one of the requirements is to present your CPD points. Have you been engaged in continuous professional development? If no, you cannot re-register. So these are some of the requirements. There also the ethical frameworks around the practice. This is how we behave as TVET trainers. Probably one of the reasons why, so from time to time you hear, Miss So-So has been impregnated by a trainee Mr. So-so, vice versa also. Then they continues. But because there is no regulation to say that's unethical, this is how you are going to be dealt with. So there are so many incidents around that. So recognition status. So they will be recognized as practitioners in TVET training. And the benefits, everyone has benefits from that professionalization of TVET training. For the trainers, because the professional has been tested, so you expect that there is career advancement. They can be easily recognized through that regulation. So there is also be an improved practice, even the way they train, the way they walk, the way they behave in society, because they are being professionally regulated. To institutions, we assure quality through that regulation, credibility, and effective teaching practice. For the trainees, better learning outcomes, because they are being taught by a professional who abides to the predetermined criteria and standards. So workplace readiness, our trainees, we expect that they will be ready for work. Industry, skilled workforce from our training institutions, and reduced cost, because they will not need to retrain. So there's a concept of holistic trainee approach or development, or holistic learner development or student development, all depend on where that training takes place, whether it's in TVET or in school or at the university level. So from the teaching background, we are all aware of the three domains of learning: cognitive domain, psychomotor, affective domain. The doctors will tell us there's no such a thing, because whether it's a cognitive, what we say it's the mind, or it's a psychomotor, what we say it's the hands, or it's affective, what we say it's the heart, it's all regulated by the brain. So that is the counter argument from the doctors who know how the brain functions and so forth. But in education, it's relevant to us, because that is how we categorize what type of learning takes place. In terms of cognitive issues of critical thinking, technical knowledge, innovation, and other things. Psychomotor, she wants to come and tell me that it's almost time, I'm getting there. So the manipulation, the way, and I understand that our current TVET, that is where the emphasis is. They must know how to do things. Affective, only the trained teachers who will balance to say that the technical skills are not enough. So you need to have also professional behavior, the moral, the social, so that when you're out there, when you have a business in auto mechanic, so when the client drop their car there, because that effective domain is lacking, so when they want to drop it, they just say, leave it, I'm busy, I'll get to it. So what damage are you doing to your business? So they will also be good in supporting diverse learning or learners or trainees' needs in terms of different learning abilities, language barriers, and socio-economic challenges, cultural diversity. Only if you have gone through this training as a trainer, as a teacher, you will be able to understand what those important issues around training. So I will not dwell too much on that one, because it's also about what I have already said in terms of academic support, social support, personal support, and the role of a trainer. So I was involved in a project which was jointly coordinated by NTA, the then MHET, now the then Ministry of Higher Education, Innovation, Technology and Innovation, NAST and NTA. So to develop a competency framework or competency standard for TVET trainers. And these are some of the areas that we identified to be in those standards. To say that a trainer must be able to understand laws and policies around training or around education, issues around curriculum, teaching, assessment, professional values, industry engagements, research and innovation, and quality assurance. Because I said to professionalize it, there must be predetermined standards. And as they go through continuous professional development, so they are made to be vested in all those issues around that. Then alongside with the competency standards for TVET trainers and technical teachers, so there was also a need to develop a CPD strategy. So the strategy for TVET trainers and technical teachers. So that strategy was designed along those principles like issues of lifelong learning. They must be obligatory, meaning that everyone is obliged to do that. And it must be, CPD must be acquired through a flexible mode. We are getting there. And what are the CPD strategies? The strategy covers like issues of needs assessment. The previous speaker touched on how they identify the training needs, program development, implementation modalities, how do we offer these CPDs, and activities that covered through CPDs. So the way forward and the expected outcomes when we have a properly regulated or professionalized training, those are some of the outcomes we expect for trainers, for institutions that are involved in training, for TVET as a system in totality, and for Namibia as a country and the world. And in conclusion, I just want to add by highlighting those what I have put in blue to say professionalization of TVET through formal qualifications and continuous professional development is not an option or optional, rather. It is an essential for quality training delivery, for industry competency, competitiveness, for economic development and youth empowerment. So we need to hold our heads together to make sure. I know that currently they are discussing a bill to pass a law that regulates teaching as a practice. I'm not quite sure whether TVET is covered, TVET trainers and university teachers who are lecturers, or it's only focusing on secondary or general education teachings. So we need to find our space as TVET practitioners so that we are included in that bill, so that we are not left out. On that note, thank you very much. My former colleague, you have given me some pressure. Okay, so the minute you see that as a questions, comments, and additions. So the last two are more important than the first one.
Thank you again, Dr. Kadila. Yes, it was very insightful. Indeed, we know there are some challenges, and the best way that we can address these challenges as educators is to have some sort of standard that governs us. And this is why it is of critical importance that we continue to speak about the continuous professional development, even for TVET trainers. So I'm so glad that you touched on that. Thank you, Dr. Kadila. It was very, very insightful. I would like to add, while you were talking, I made a little acronym, PIPE, for the standards. P, you had the pedagogical skills. I, instructional skills. P, again, for professional practice. And I added the E because you also spoke about ethics. So that's where PIPE, P-I-P-E, then comes from. Thank you. All right, I'll just allow 2 questions for the sake of time before I invite the next speaker, and then we will break for a short, to go and enjoy some tea. Right. Any questions for Dr. Kadila? Any comments? Remember, he said comments and additions is more important for him, but we'll also welcome some questions. Yes, ma'am, we've got 2 hands already. The floor is closed. Oh, okay. I'll allow a third hand. Just please brief and to the point, so that Dr. Kadila can answer the questions as quickly as possible.
Oh, thank you very much, Maylena. So we always say the learner, the best of the teachers. So Kadila, at your introduction there, you have emphasized that what we train and what we need. So now that we are a vocational training, it. And we have got our secondary school down there. So what alignments of view that we are emphasizing that the secondary school, they should have what is vocational subject, so in order for them to fit the other level up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Second question. There's one here and one at the back.
Thank you, Dr. Kadila. Mine is just a comment to say training is not just about going to the class. It's also important for trainee and trainees to have that support level, because Dr. Anderson talked about inclusivity, and if the person going to the workshop doesn't have any skills on identification, then as much as we want to include so many people in TVET sectors, then if we don't have people to support them to identify their problems, when I'm having trainees in front of me, I can't identify what their needs, then it becomes a problem. That's why training is very important for people training our trainees. So the ability to identify, the ability to support, and the ability to refer them for psychosocial support, for example. And also important for them to contribute to curriculum development. Currently, we have life skills going on in schools. What contribution are they giving to curriculum development? Because life skills are supposed to be the starting point where learners at school develop passion for wanting and loving to do something. And what I'm hearing mostly is just like, we want to clean the street and put everyone in TVET. That's not the point. The point, as Dr. Fiona has introduced herself, she passed well with all the points she had. She went to do hairdressing. It's all not about you don't have points. It must start with passion as well. And that is the passion we need to develop by understanding the curriculum and translate it in life skills, and for learners from lower grades to understand the importance of it and identify their passion when they are exposed to it. I think that's all I wanted to contribute.
Thank you. Our third question. And we're a little bit pressed for time. Dr. Kadila must still answer. So, Dr. Kadila, you will have 1 minute to answer all 3 questions.
Yeah, I'm having a number of questions, but...
Only one, please. The most important one. I think the other ones, can we accommodate them maybe during tea time, Dr. Kadila? They can still consult you, okay.
Colleagues, we need to be honest with ourselves. I think if there is an area that either the Minister of Higher Education, the former Higher Education, I don't know what role is NTA having to play, but if there is an area we have neglected in this country, is the issue of TVET trainers in terms of capacity building, in terms of professionalism, in terms of their conditions of employment. Yes, their conditions of employment is questionable. So there are no funds being provided to capacitate them. We talk about level 5, level 6 programs to come and other levels, 7, 8, and so on. But it appears that no one is taking it upon him or herself to address the issue of TVET trainers in the country. It's just neglected. So I'm having so many questions, but I will not ask them anymore. Thank you.
Please do still ask them during tea time for Dr. Kadila. Thank you. Dr. Kadila, please respond to those 3 questions as briefly as possible.
Yeah, thank you so much. In 1 minute, the issue of TVET in school curriculum. You know, before independence, so TVET stream was very strong at the main school, stream level. But after independence, they said we want everyone to become academic. Then they were destroyed. So only now that we came to realize that we made a very big mistake in the history of the country post-independence. Now we realized this, and now the technical subjects were reintroduced. But now, at the time when all those trainers have gone on retirement, all those workshops are gone, nothing left. They were converted in some other things. Now we struggle to train technical teachers. We also struggle because TVET is not cheap. So we need investment. So to reintroduce at the level that we want, it's a struggle. So the comments from the doctor here, my former colleague, Dr. Sam, I just appreciate that interjection because the trainee support is very important. So from the university environment where I come from, I spend some time, when the professor think that they are knowledgeable in their field and they don't need teaching expertise, so when they enter the classroom, is to look around and say, you are sitting at the back. You will never ever pass my course. So from the day one when they start already, so what damage are they causing to that student? So they become hopeless. They develop what is called learned hopelessness. So they will not even try. So they end up failing. So the support is a professional approach that we need to take. So the issue of professional development that has been neglected cannot be overemphasized. I think we all need to join hands together to make sure that trainers, they are provided with the professional support that they require to deliver. So that is the only way also we are going to attract them from industry. For as long as we want qualified trainers, so the salaries, benefits that we are offering them, so nothing comparable to just a technician or an artisan in industry. So we will not attract them. When it's professionally regulated, there are standards, then the remuneration will also be aligned with the expectations. So then we have quality trainers in our TVET system, and the outcome will also be of the quality we need. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's give Dr. Kadila a hand. Thank you, Doctor. Right. In the interest of time, I would like to welcome our next speaker before we break for tea time. This is Mr. Ralph Bissell. He is the current director at NIMT, and his experience spans over 35 years within TVET itself. He is also a qualified fitter and turner by profession, so yes, he is also a product of the TVET system, and I think most of us are products from the TVET system. That's why we're so passionate about TVET itself. Just back to Mr. Bissell's bio. He is dedicated in career advancing skills and opportunities for Namibia, and he is very passionate about developing training facilities and strengthening Namibia's technical workforce. Mr. Bissell, welcome. Thank you. Yes. Yes, please.
All right.
So let's just to move it forward.
No, I'm not there.
Okay.
Oh, I will. All right. I need to say good morning, family.
because if you are sitting around here, you are interested in TVET, and that's why you are here. And that's why I'm also here to talk about TVET and myself and my experience in TVET. A lot of familiar faces, seniors. I see the Caperos, I see Dr. Nyati, and I see a lot of other faces around here. Also, Mr. Olivier from the NTA board, and a lot of my fellow center managers and heads. But let's say one family, one Namibian family when it comes to TVET. Myself, when it's about TVET, they called me not long ago to say, where's your presentation? And I said, I don't have a presentation, I'm the presentation myself. Because I'm talking about myself, I'm talking about the experience, I'm talking about lifelong learning, I'm talking about development of skills in this country. And that is the reason why to have a presentation when you talk about what is passionate in your DNA, I don't think it will be fair. You need to look at what you have in front of you so that you can present from the bottom of your heart. And especially in my capacity as been mentioned, a qualified veteran turner. Now, many years ago, the last speaker just emphasized on the fact that we neglect TVET since we forgot about TVET on basic school levels. That's where we started. That's where we started, book binding. I think it was in standard 2, grade 4 nowadays. We started book binding. And then we proceed. And then I end up in grade 12, standard 10 at that stage, doing carpentry and joinery, woodwork. That's where I end up. And then I start my apprenticeship at CDM many years ago in Oranienmoed. That's where I start my apprenticeship training as a veteran turner. And I end up at NIMT. My last 6 months, I did it at NIMT. Today I'm the executive director of NIMT. Never expected to be in this capacity, to become the executive director. Always aimed to be the best in my career, my profession as veteran turner. Now, what we need to bear in mind, it's about all trades. When you talk about the tradesman and artisan, and you break down the word artisanship, as an artisan, you are talking about art. The first part of that word is art. And the rest will come to, artisanship. So somewhere there, technician is also in there, in the word artisan. But you need to discover the art of your specific trade before you will start loving what you are doing. And that is our key success and responsibility at the institution called NIMT. You cannot just walk in and try to develop someone if you do not have the skills yourself to be able to develop a person. It's not about transferring skills only. It's about transferring a full package, a component for the industry. And we are losing focus many a times by thinking you will be able to carry over knowledge if you don't have the knowledge yourself. If you don't have the knowledge yourself and been through this pathway, how will you be able to identify the shortcomings, the importance of developing a full package? So for us, for myself, as leading the institution is about what is needed in industry. Industry needs a disciplined workforce, number one. A disciplined workforce. So your basis should be discipline, so that you can be able to implement what is needed in industry. What we also realized, you know, when I started as a young trainer at NIMT, and that is more than 23 years ago, after being in the industry, different industries, I've been, as I said, I started CDM, I've been at Rossing Uranium, I've been at the breweries, I've been in the marine sector, I've been at NAMFI at the States, and I've been at the Beers Marine also, before I joined NIMT. And I discovered you need to be able to be in your trade, in the full package of your trade. You cannot be on one component and then you want to become a trainer. And I think that is where we make mistakes. That is where we make mistakes. We are taking people, putting them in training positions without having the necessary knowledge and skills of what is required in industry. Because one trade is linked to another one. You will be a fitter and turner, but you need to skim a top for a vehicle. You need to be able to do automotive machining on an engine, but you do not even know what is happening. What is the limits on that top that you need to skim? You do not even understand what is the clearance on a piston for that mechanics, and you want to perform the job. And that is where we need to understand you should be able to do basic welding. If you are a fitter, you should be able to do basic welding. If you are a diesel mechanic, you should be able to do, you need to understand where your trade is taking you to. All right, and that is, I think, where we need to focus on. I've listening to all the academic stuff now previously. Of course, we need that. But will you be able to train? Will you be able to train the practical skills that is needed in industry in a training center? I can assure you no. You will not be able to get the industrial knowledge into your workshops in our training facilities. That you can only encounter in the industry. What we did, because you want to know how we do our things at NIMT. So what we did at one stage when the technology changes and we started with the Langer Heinrich mine, latest technology, VSDs and PLCs, and at that stage we don't have it in the institution and we don't understand, but we've got the instructors there. So we attach our instructor, one of the instructors, to the mine for 9 months, practical training on the latest technology. And while he'd been at the industry, he also developed the modules needed for that specific courses. And after 9 months, you know what we did? We asked the company, Langer Heinrich, to send one of their artisans, foremen, anyone to come and support us in the absence of this instructor that we sent into the industry. Believe me or not, that person only been 3 days at the institution and said, no, I'm not going to be here. It's too much work. That is the reality. If we are serious about training, we have to put more into it. So after 9 months, the trainer came back to the institution. Now we've got 3 campuses. At that stage 2. We've got 4 now, but at that stage 2 campuses where we did and are doing electrical. So this trainer needs to go over to Shumeb campus to ensure that the trainers in electrical get the same exposure and be trained to that level. All right. So it's about our willingness in the institution. You can train all this academic stuff that's been mentioned before. You can always take someone and send him to NAS, send wherever to get that academic qualifications and up in line with academics according to the needs. But the industrial skills, you will not be able to get it. Because many of us sitting around here, that's instructors, will you be able to go and attend No, I know. Many of us will refuse because I'm an instructor. I'm appointed here as an instructor. Why should you send me now for 9 months to industry? Why should I attend to that? So when we appoint the people as instructors to instruct, to be in the physical workshop, practical workshop, we need to appoint the right people with the right skills, with the necessary experience in industry. The success of NIMT is 5 years minimum working experience before you can apply for instructor. A lecturer, of course, we want a qualified teacher. Those that need to present the classes, mathematics and the science and the drawings, we want them to be qualified teachers. For the instructors, we appoint people with 5 years practical working experience in industry. Nowadays, 5 years is not enough even, to be honest. You did not even cover your full trade in 5 years' time in the industry. If you want to stand in front of people and you want to transfer knowledge, you have to have the knowledge to transfer the knowledge. I can tell you, I've got so many successful artisans, technicians in this country that we've been trained. At one stage, as I said, the same topic came. And I said to these trainees, I want you to feel your trade. You need to you need to love your trade. And you will only love your trade when you discover the art in the trade. And one of the youngsters, fast forward, my colleague bought an R-line polo. Now, these youngsters know what is an R-line. It's the top, in the class. Very fancy stuff. And he bought an R-line polo and he gave it to his son. And the son came afterwards a few months later and it sounds a little bit different because they've got a free flow now. Ne? Put a free flow in there and start making funny things. And at the end of the day, this polo has been dropped up and down with buttons. That's how the art is being discovered in this thing. And I've asked the youngster that did it, because he was one of my trainees, he's in Chivarongo. They call him Cokes, those that know, the guys that pump vehicles. And he was one of my trainees. And I've asked him, what have you done to this vehicle? And he said, sir, can you remember? When I've been a trainee, you said we have to discover the art in the trade. And this is my art that I've discovered. And I make a lot of money out of this art. So I said, I rest my case. You are successful in what you have done because you discover the art in the trade. People, the previous week I've been also a presenter on a panel discussion with the green hydrogen in this country. And then we hear we don't have the industries. But we are planning. And I'm taking you through this so that you understand how we evolved at our institution. Because many trades at NIMT, the Millerite trade, NIMT is the only campus, the institution in this country that presents Millerite. So we built the trade. We are the only institution in this country at this moment in time that got instrumentation. So we've been through the processes to develop these trades. And that's why I want to share this with you. So on that panel discussions, it also came again, we don't have, how are we going to develop? Tell me where in this world do we have a successful green hydrogen? Where? A complete green hydrogen scheme? Nowhere. We are all busy developing. Now I'm taking you back to how we develop Millerites, how we develop instrumentation, how we develop automegatronics at the institution. You have to develop the trade level by level. Our focus is to develop a full package from level 1 to level 3. And then we want to start. When we come to level 3, training, we are old-fashioned already. It's old stuff in the center that stays. So we will have to evolve. I said on this discussion of green hydrogen last week, the week before last, no, we need to evolve with the industry. And that's how we have to build our training capacity also. We need to stop sending people to wherever in this world, going for training, but we do not even have the equipment on site to implement the training physically. So as industries are coming in, we need to evolve with the industry so that we build the capacity for ourselves. We are sitting with oil and gas. We want to send people again. We already sent people to Angola for oil and gas training. But we do not even have any center this moment in time started with busy building oil and gas facilities at our institutions. And that is the reason why I'm saying we have to evolve. As an institution, we already sent our trainers, our trainees into the green hydrogen field for training. And the willingness from the industry side is there. Are we willing to grab the opportunities? Institutions been invited by the same company called Cleanergy to attend courses. They didn't pitch. They're not interested. We are too much interested in S&Ts sometimes, honestly speaking, before we attend these things. They didn't pitch. It was embarrassment that the company need to call us again as NIMT and say, please double up your numbers because the other institutions, they are not interested. And we double up the numbers. So people went through training courses. We already did, for your interest or for your information, we already did firefighting in green hydrogen. That's what we already did. We already did pipe bending and fitting in green hydrogen. When I've been with the task force over to the Netherlands not long ago, I could have asked questions in the Netherlands that they couldn't even answer us. So what we need to realize is TVET in this country, we have to own these industries ourselves. How will we be able to own that? We need to become more serious in doing business and not business as usual. I said on that platform, we have to own this green hydrogen. We need to be able to export our expertise to the world, and not only locally, to the world. Because we will be the front runners when it comes to green hydrogen in this world. So we have to be able to export. The UK, they need a lot of artisans. We've got the abilities, we complain about unemployed youth. We need to go back to the drawing board. We need to go back to the drawing board and open up the avenues for our youngsters to be able to enter the system of TVET. At the institution, we also have got, my time is up here, it seems to me. We've got different streams where we accommodate the early school leavers, where we accommodate the formal school leavers, the grade 12s and 11s, and. But in TVET, and I emphasize it again, you can crucify me about this one. I will emphasize it again. In TVET, we do not need an entry requirement to accommodate our people. Everyone that's willing and able to develop a skill, that is what we need to do in TVET. We are there to develop skills. I thank you.
I think Mr. Basala deserves another round of applause because he was speaking from his heart. From what he talked about, we could see that he's a man that's passionate about lifelong learning. And like some of us, we did a total flip, a 360-degree flip from where we started to where we ended off. He gave the example where he started with bookbinding, and then he progressed to carpentry, and then a fitter and turner. So as the times move, we also need to be responsive to the times by aligning our skills and maintaining relevance and currency. in what we do. But I also like the fact that you said that it's about the whole package. It's not just about the skill. So we need to also consider that the product that I am is the product that I will be producing at the end of the day. So I need to make sure that I'm of the highest quality so that when I send that trainees out into the world, I can rest assured that it is the best quality that I put out there, and industry can trust my quality that I've put out there. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Again, we'll quickly take 2 questions. Then we'll have a very short tea break before we continue with the next 3 presenters. Any questions? We've got a question over there. Another one? Okay, we've got 2. Thank you. The mic is coming.
Good morning. I'm Christine Da Silva. I'm from a lodge. I actually don't have a question, but I do have a comment or an addition. What you've spoken about makes real sense. And I think that it's maybe also time to consider the industry giving guidelines to the centers of what is needed, and not the other way around. Not centers supplying people trained, but industry requesting certain training. I think that will be a good start.
Thank you. We had another question over here.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
My name is Paulus Ishtile. I'm representing Brave and Achievers College of Artisans. I don't have a question. I just want to comment on Mr. Buzel's presentation. I believe, judging from what he has presented now, we also need to look at TVET in a manner that how do we read TVET? The readers for TVET, do we have the capacities, do the readers have the capacities of, like to say, are they technical people? Because if we look at how we present ourselves here, we price more academic than looking at the real deal of the TVET. So for you, you need to be a TVET expert from your feet to your head before you can come and say, we need to talk about TVET. He mentioned something about you need to be a full package for you to fit in that industry. Not mentioning so many things, I would say you can't teach somebody to make that sofa, for example, if you are not a practical person that can make that sofa. So, in short, we need to look at our systems in TVET if we have the real people that are leading TVET. Because by the look of things, I don't think we are yet there for now. Mr. Buzel? We proud you so much because you are the face of TVET at a certain point. I myself am also a product of NEMT, and I know exactly how NEMT in those years structured its training. So for a person to be able to be successful in a certain career, you need to love what you are doing before you can excel in anything. So if we have this idea of saying, like my sister commented from somewhere there, she said, if we are just cleaning the streets to say people must just go in there because we need to have people out of the street, then that is not the right way to address the TVET sector of our country. Because what we need to do is we even need to start looking at the highest point now. People that performs really, 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 those are the people that, because now those ones that performs well are the ones that should be put at universities. And then the one that struggles, then we say, no, you can go to TVET. What I'm trying to say is that we need to inspire from already the primary schools to say, if the child loves to fix stuffs, for example, no matter how many points, we must encourage these kids to go to TVET as well, to TVET institutions. That's all I want to say for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's give Mr. Bissell a round of applause. Mr. Bissell, do you want to add something to the comments? Okay.
All right. I will be short on that one. I agree 100%. But what we need to bear in mind is we are there to supply the industry with the skills. That's how we built Millerite, because Namport came to us and they said, we need Millerites in this country because this is a key trait for us in the industry. And that's how we built Millerite. What we need to bear in mind, companies are willing to work together. Are we willing to work together? Are we serious about what we are doing? Companies are there. Companies are supporting. Companies are willing. Are we really doing our part from the TVET spectrum to ensure companies will not work with you if you cannot supply quality? Be honest to yourself. Those company owners that is around here, they will not work with you if you cannot supply quality and if we do not take the responsibility of our products in the industry. We need to be able to take the responsibility of what we place in the industry. Then we will have the commitment from the industry side. I thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, colleagues, we are at 11 o'clock at the moment. We'll have a 10-minute tea break, and then the next presenter will commence at 11:20, please. Thank you. colleagues still having tea out there, please make your way back into the venue. Thank you. Okay, Ruza, maybe you can come join us along here so that I can introduce you and then hand over for the sake of time. Manager of TVET Standards at the Namibia Training Authority, and her experience spans over 20 years, 2 decades of training, curriculum design, and standards development. In addition to this, she possesses a M.Ed in Innovation in Learning and Teaching, so you can see where the passion comes from. It's aligned to the qualification also. And it's a certified DARCM facilitator. Ruza, maybe you need to explain to us what's that when you come up first. All right, and Ruza not only represents us nationally on different platforms, but she also presents Namibia on international platforms. And of recent, she represented us in platforms where discussions were held about renewable energy, green hydrogen in TVET, and she's very committed to aligning qualifications with industry needs to enhance employability and innovation. So the passion, you can see when you look at Ruza, she's got a passion for what she's doing, and she's got a passion for TVET. So help me to welcome Ruza to the stage by giving a warm hand of applause. Thank you, Ruza. First outcome, please. 20 minutes. So, this one, you need this one? Yeah. This is next and that's one.
Good morning, dear participants. As introduced, my name is Rusa Itula, and I represent the NTA, where I am responsible for standards and qualification development. However, today I'm not speaking about standards, but on a topic that is close to the hearts of, if not most of us in this room, a topic on inclusion, equity and skills development. I therefore, and I think I should make a disclaimer, I don't know who did a disclaimer yesterday, that I would rather expect a lot of contributions than questions at the end of this presentation. My presentation has two parts, with the first part focusing on the findings from the 2023 study on access barriers, and part two, interventions on the and proposed inclusivity guidelines. In terms of this presentation, it stems from the study that was conducted in 2023, which was led by then the Ministry of Higher Education, the NTA as well as GIZ and ProTVET. It was in response to the National TVET policy of 2021, specifically under the Objective 3, where we were tasked as TVET to cater for marginalized groups as well as people with disabilities to access TVET programs as outlined in the second strategy of this policy objective. Now, this report was in consultation based on the consultations with the marginalized groups is classified under the Ministry of Gender, being the son of Atwe, of Chimba, and of Ademba, as well as persons with disability, to merely just identify and profile barriers that are impeding the participation of marginalized groups as well as people with disabilities in accessing the TVET sector. Now, in terms of the methodology that was used, the team used a qualitative, exploratory, consultative approach across 22 sites in 9 regions, being the Omaheke, Ohangwena, Zambezi, Kavango West and East, Kunene, Oshana, and Omsati, and Ochozonjupa, where over 1,000 participants were engaged, as well as 75 stakeholder representatives from government departments, association, NGOs, and civil society groups. The Ministry of Gender and National Disability Council were also consulted to verify terminologies for us to conform to the accepted terminology in order for us just to ensure that respect and accuracy is maintained in the report. Now, in terms of the population, the 2023 population and housing census report, about 114,648 of the Namibian population aged 5 and above live with some disabilities, which counts to about 4.4% of the population, and these disabilities were classified under those specific themes, being sight, hearing, walking, memory, care, and communication. In terms of the prevalence rate of the disability in each of the region, Kavango West was rated the highest with about 6.8%, and Khomas the lowest with a 2.6%. Now, in terms of the types of disabilities that were reported, sight, if you look at the graph, sight was reported the highest with 29%. So in terms of the number of marginalized communities in Namibia, again, in the same report, it is indicated that about 3.7% of the population has identified themselves as belonging to the marginalized communities. Now, in terms of the findings, we had to classify the findings in terms of barriers that were identified either by the two groups people living with disabilities, as well as marginalized groups. Now, in terms of the barriers that were identified by the people or persons with disabilities, they emerged in 7 themes, one being the policy gaps. Now here, participants indicated that although Namibia has ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, our policies still lack practical enforcement mechanisms. And what does this mean? It means that our policies are too broad. They do not specify concrete steps to achieving inclusivity, as well as they have identified issues such as timelines are not prescribed in those specific policies, responsibility is lacking, accountability measures were some of the gaps that were identified under that specific theme. In terms of qualifications, participants indicated that some of our qualifications were not tailor-made or designed to accommodate all the certain disability types. Trainees with disabilities were often encouraged to take those softer occupations such as office administration instead of them being enrolled in their occupations of interest. High entry requirements was also one of the challenges that was identified, where many potential trainees felt that they were discouraged by restrictive academic prerequisites, either in our qualification or at the training institution, which often excludes those who are able or capable to do, but yet do not qualify because of formal criteria as specified in our qualifications. In terms of infrastructure, facilities, and equipment, some of the barriers that were identified were physical inaccessibility, issues of lack of ramps, issues of the grab rails, elevators, accessible restrooms, hostel spaces, were some of those challenges that prevented persons with disability fully participating in the system. In terms of communication or information and communication, some parents indicated to the teams that there was a low level of awareness in respect to available opportunities within their community. So they felt that no one is coming to them to talk to them rather than talking to them. So they wanted that engagement where the officers would then go to the villages and speak with the communities. And here I remember in one of the conversations that we had with a participant indicated that application forms were so lengthy that it discouraged them just to fill and complete that application. And some of them were in English, and this individual only understands English. There is no translator, there is no one. So those were challenges that were also identified by persons with disabilities. In terms of training delivery, trainers, the participant felt that trainers were unprepared for inclusion. They were or they are not empowered to deal with or accommodate persons with disabilities in lessons. So classroom management was also an issue that was identified. Economic and social barriers, and this came out at a lot of sites that were visited, issues of financial constraints, where transportation money was not available, accommodation money is not available, as well as some of the issues that came out where public offices that were established in their regions or in their communities to coordinate support, sometimes often or offer limited resources. Issues of reluctance of industry to hire people with disabilities were also identified as challenges. The last one was on medical barriers. Under here, an example was given of learners with epilepsy or a learner with dyslexia, for example, may need some certain special support and adaptable teaching methods or medical care. However, if such support is not available at the training institution, their participation and progress is then difficult or become very difficult. In terms of the barriers that were identified by the marginalized communities, some of the feedback that were received from the consultation held with the marginalized were identified in 5 key areas. As on the slide: economic barriers, social barriers, infrastructure, information and communication, and qualification. And you can really see or notice that there is no significant difference between the barriers that were identified by the persons with disability versus those that have been identified by marginalized communities. Now, challenges cited included issues of lack of awareness, stigma, financial constraints, language barriers, cultural practices where these young ladies will be entering into early marriages, as well as teenage pregnancies. Now, one of the examples given was by a parent in Kavango West or Kavango East, who told us that they discourage their children to enroll in TVET just because they see TVET as inferior to university. So those were some of the challenges that were identified. Lack of role models within their community was also one of the challenges that was identified. They could not see a role model within their community that participated in any of the TVET studies or somebody just working in the TVET space. So some felt that the role model could be an important motivator in considering them to enroll in a TVET institution. On issues of discrimination, an example was given again, I think it was in GAM, where they felt that officers who are at those institutions that assist them, the facial expression, of the official at the office that is dealing with the advocating of rights of these individuals just hints that you are not welcome here. So some also cited that there are discriminations, especially in hostels. So students will drop out because the other trainee will make remarks surrounding the hygiene of these individuals. And that is contributed by the lack of late payments by funding institutions. So these students will have funding opportunities. However, the money is paid late to them just to sustain themselves. So they will then drop out of the institution just because of some of those remarks from other peers. Another issue that came up was issues of funding rules. Remember, when you fail a subject, then your funding also stops. So those were also some of the challenges that were identified, where students who fail certain subjects and the funding will be stopped, and then they'll just leave and go back home. Another example came from a son student who shared that they could not pay their hostel fees. So what he did, he dropped out of school and left to go back to their community. So attending classes became really impossible for him. Issues of qualifications, as previously said, some participants perceive age, just them being 30, as a barrier because they feel that there will be a stigma or some sort of discrimination in a class where they are younger ones together. So the issue of entry requirements again was outlined as a barrier, either entry to the qualification or entry to the institution, citing that most of them do not even possess the grade 10 or grade 12 and would like some qualifications of interest. The interested qualification has those restricted entry requirements, so they could not enter. And what do? The institutions will then apparently just say, you can be enrolled in office administration. These are just some of the real stories that were shared with the team during the consultations. Now, during those consultations, we also asked the participants to suggest programs of interest. However, most of the programs that were identified is the existing programs, such as just bricklaying, plumbing, and others. But perhaps they reported such because that's the information they knew. So in exception of some programs such as wood carving, charcoal processing, those were some of the new programs that came out, weaving, basket making, and shoe making. Yeah. In terms of, are you near me? In terms of positive strides that we happen to find in the TVET space, positively we found really existing practices in the TVET space. However, this really needs also to be scaled up so that it benefits everyone. So issues of inclusion training pilots were seen on offer, collaboration with NGOs, outreach programs also showed up. Examples were given yesterday, I think, by COSDEC, where COSDEC is funded by PALM for Life, supporting the San communities. The Ministry of Gender bursary that is administered by NASFAF, as well as NAMOLO's budgetary provision, the annual budgetary provision made by the NTA under the KPG to cater for inclusion. I didn't even go to the second. Now, in terms of the data that we received from Indongo Research on graduates and enrollment, in 2023, we had about 17 graduates from Perth trainees with some sort of disability, as well as 122 marginalized communities. The enrollment of last year, 124, and 1,407 marginalized community were enrolled. We also ask participants to discuss and suggest solutions or possible solutions to the barriers that they have identified. And some of the suggestions are illustrated by that slide: inclusive curricula, trainer capacity building, assistive devices, awareness campaigns, fee waivers to applications, expanded programs, especially short courses and not full qualifications, outreach programs in their local languages, as well as hostel quotas and partnerships. I'm running. There were also some solutions that were also mentioned, issues of strengthening our policy implementations, issues of strengthening campaigns, especially to combat stigma and discrimination, generating awareness that could assist with social problems such as teenage pregnancies, early marriages, gender-based violence, as well as one of the solutions that was given was for the VTPs to prioritize trainees with disabilities and marginalized communities when admitting. Local councillors, I'm looking at Meme Yambula, to disseminate available opportunities in the surrounding villages rather than waiting them to come to the offices. The team also, beyond the solutions that were cited by the those groups, the community, the persons with disabilities, as well as the marginalized group, the team also concluded that implementation could also include things such as relaxing some funding criteria, enhancing psychosocial support. Here they gave also an example of having perhaps a counselor at a training institution available weekly, having interpreters, integrating inclusivity in the curriculum, introducing perhaps braille materials. However, there is an actionable plan that was developed to implement and ensure that activities as outlined in the implementation plan of the national policy of 2021 are then effectively implemented. That is just a summary of the findings. Part 2 of the presentation looks at the interventions that were implemented after the finalization of the report. Some issues of where trainees, 56 trainees were supported at 3 training providers, Bin Kayak, WVTC and Homestead. Pilot trainings for about 43 trainees from marginalized groups. 3 basic sign language trainings were also conducted, including assessment instrument design as well as classroom management. About 39 practitioners comprising of trainers, administrative staff, as well as matrons for hostels also participated in this inclusivity guideline was also drafted with the help of GIZ and ProTVET, and it has been approved, I'm hearing it has been approved by the SACC sometimes in August. Yes? Okay. Overview of the inclusivity guidelines. These guidelines is just to assist also the training providers in implementing really the inclusivity into their training approaches. So it outlines the supportive environment that needs to be available, adapting to different teaching methods that accommodate diverse learning needs, issues of regular evaluation and monitoring mechanisms. Under these guidelines, training providers were also given some sort of responsibilities in terms of just fostering that inclusion in their training environment, and must have a holistic sort of dedication and commitment towards being completely trainee-centered in their training. So issues that are highlighted in that guidelines is issues of creating a supportive environment, creating or implementing effective outreach strategies, making training more sexier and relevant, as well as issues of just promoting participatory learning methods in the teaching and learning, as well as using local or culturally relevant content into their teaching. Lastly, or in conclusion, we really need to take cognizance of the fact that exclusion deepens poverty and inequality. So therefore, inclusive TVET is a right and an investment which requires a system-wide and a multi-stakeholder collaboration. So this inclusive TVET system is not just a favor, it is a right and an investment. So it's about dignity, it's about equal opportunity, it's about preparing all, and I'm emphasizing all Namibians to contribute to our sustainable future. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. So this is why you see why research is important in the space, even in TVET, because the issues that we're talking about here has come through strongly in the study and the findings that Ruza just shared with us. One of them being the issue of a lack of resources that specifically caters for our students' needs in the classroom. And I'm sure I'm not alone when I speak about the challenges that TVET trainers have when we sit with students with disabilities. Imagine coming up with a sign for a part in auto mechanics that you've never had in Namibian Sign Language, or coming up with a sign in hairdressing that we've never encountered in Namibian Sign Language. These are some of the challenges that the trainers face in the classroom itself that we're not aware. And it's through the research like this that can inform the learning support that we would need to cater best for our students with learning disabilities. Right, so again, I'll only be able to accommodate 2 questions and before handing over to the next presenter. We already have 2 hands. I'm sure this is going to have a lot of questions. Ruza is available during lunch for the full hour.
And I just forgot to mention that it was team effort, and we have Shindy at the back. I don't know where Francois is. Also Francois, and they'll be able also to answer to those questions, if any. However, remember at the beginning I say more contribution because it is important to all of us. Yes.
All right. Question 1 and 2. 1 and 2.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rusa. I just want to strengthen what Rusa said before the participants start saying that NTA is not doing enough. In terms of the marginalized groups, we are funding students or trainees from the COSTEFs that must articulate to the other levels. We were told yesterday that the COSTEFs only offer up to the entry level, and then they must articulate. We have ClockNet in Okahao, and then we also supporting the trainees as was suggested at Windhoek VTC, Kayak, and Homestead. Now, it is important to emphasize that the NTA has invested into the sign language interpreters. We started 2 years back with the capacitation of the teachers who are in the schools to help us interpret. As we speak, we have sent 2 master trainers to South Africa to be trained as master trainers because we found out that in initial case we were inviting people from South Africa to come and train our people here. So that should be noted. We have also funded visually impaired people to do massaging at Nomad, and then they do a very good job, and we will continue to do so. Now, the issue that we have as NTA in terms of funding, everybody is coming to say, I have marginalized groups, I have people with disability, but the funding of people with disability has a lot of issues. You don't fund, you see those barriers that I highlighted there, you don't fund only for a person to come to class. If you are coming to NTA and you want to say, I want to train people with disability or marginalized group, you must have the facilities in place to support these communities for us to look at funding the trainees to come to your school. And people want to kind of leverage on, I want to train people with disability or marginalized group, but you don't even fit. Remember, marginalized group, if they don't have a hostel, they will not stay. I can guarantee you that one. People with disability need specialized facilities. You must have a hostel, you must have people who can stay with them. For example, people who are blind, they must be guided. So I'm just cautioning the participants and the training providers to take note of this and not just think about the money when they want to do it. Invest first in your facility to enable you to take care of these people properly. So that is what I want to add. Because from here, everybody wants to say, I want to train people with disability, and the NTA must give me money. The NTA is currently not in a position to build a facility for you to enable you to train people with disability. Not in the space of private training providers. Maybe that will do with within the ambit of what the NTA is able to do with their VTCs. So I just want to highlight that one. I thank you.
Okay. The second question?
It was there.
Okay, we also had a hand there. Okay, I'll accommodate one more from that side.
I just want to add to your recommendations. I think if you ask organizations who are working in the space with marginalized people to assist you. I'm thinking, for example, for mentally disabled people, if you work with Special Olympics, you know, you will get a lot of assistance, and they would be keen to help you because I think there will be synergy between your goals. The second recommendation is that we should not just be waiting for organizations, for people to come and apply to train. There are certain places where we know. There's Corridor 13, there's Gam Tumkwe area, there's the Northwest. You know, we as the NTA, we must try to collaborate and make it nice for people to set up. If the NTA, if government can't set up its own training centers, that we actually get private centers to go to these areas, and that we make it lucrative for them to go to these areas. But that we can't just complain that those people can't come, or they go home early, or they miss their, you know, or there's no money to bring them. Let us go to them. Let us go set up these centers in these remote areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olivier.
One more question that side.
I would just like to say thank you for raising awareness on this. It tells us that, it reminds us that inclusion is just not a matter of fairness, but then it's also unlocking potential in every learner. And my contribution is, what if teachers or trainers go through a course that where they learn about the importance of inclusive education? Because I know at UNAM, before graduating, you need to undergo a course called inclusive education, whereby you are told how to deal with different disabilities. And this way, should you now go out in the market, you know that should you have a learner that has this type of disability, this is how you go upon it. Because it's one thing loving teaching, but then if you don't understand a learner and their needs, it's impossible to teach this learner.
Thank you for that contribution, and perhaps this is where NAST then has to come in terms of reviewing that program to include specific components that touches also on inclusivity, especially in the TVET sector. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Ruza. I think she said it all, and in her concluding remarks, she mentioned that it's about equality and access and dignity. Yes. That's the most important part. We have to give our students the dignity that they deserve, even in TVET. Thank you. Another round of applause for Ruza. Thank you. Thank you, Ruza. Okay. And we've got another special person coming up. We've got a string of them lined up for today. And the one is not more special than the other. All of them are up there. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Nelson Prada. He is the director of Kayak Trust, and his experience also spans more than 2 decades in TVET, organizational development, and capacity building. He has aligned training programs with national standards to the industry's needs, so the alignment part that we spoke about, this is testimony to that. He has done that. He possesses an MBA from Maastricht School of Management and has an agricultural engineering degree. I'm very impressed with that, Mr. Prada. And he currently held several leadership roles in Namibia as well as in Bolivia. And he's also an advocate for inclusive education and development. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Nelson Prada. Thank you, sir. Welcome. So this one is next, and this one is if you want to come back.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, is it good morning or it's afternoon? We are still in the morning, so good morning, everyone. Almost good afternoon. So thank you, Ruza, for setting the stage for my presentation. It was mentioned in her presentation that we did a pilot at Kayak, and we mainly focused on deaf, okay? So the presentation will be about deaf. If you can see in the picture, probably some of you will want to crucify me and say, what happened with the flag? Why is it not yet hoisted? So at Kayak, we do, every Monday, we do what is called an assembly. And every trade that we have has to run the assembly. What I mean by running, they have to prepare everybody, they have to sit, to align everyone. And secondly, they do like an introduction, they do a song, they do a Bible reading. You know, Kayak is a faith-based organization, they have to interpret, and we pray. So now, we were doing this type of activities, and then with the particular group that we piloted, there were 40 deaf ladies. So at first we say, now what? What do we do with them? So they themselves, they came and say, no, we want to do it. And then you can see, they are actually, there is a picture, I couldn't bring the video, they are actually singing for us. And they run the whole set. So when we talk about inclusivity, it's not just about the training, it's the whole area of what is happening in the institution. So yeah, this I just wanted to show you. This is before we hoisted the flag, but they were singing. Obviously, we couldn't hear, but they were interpreters that they were doing. The nice thing is, obviously, if the interpreter also has a nice voice, that could sing and make sure that we could understand what they were singing. But yeah, it's me now. So the introduction, again, Rusa already set up the stage for us. I don't want to mention about the challenge. Just basically, you know, the demand was too big. Originally, the project, the pilot was meant only for clothing production level 1, but I will mention later why it went to cosmetology level 2. This was, again, as Kenneth mentioned, Mr. Namolo, it's a collaboration between the NTA, thank you NTA for the funds provided, GIZ to ProTibet and Kayak, and then you heard there were other 2 partners in this. We launched a project to support the inclusivity of people living with disabilities, in particularly deaf. So what were the support? Obviously, NTA provided the financial support for the training. ProTibet provided the interpreters, monthly stipends, and adapted training to overcome educational barriers. So, how did we recruit? It was mentioned in Rusa's presentation. First, this is I sent a corrected version, but doesn't matter. Don't read the registration, it was recruitment. It was coordinated first with the National Institute for Special Education, RISE. NICE, I don't know if you know them, but they're in Comasdal. So the original intent was to articulate their graduates. Once they finish their course at NICE, and the one that is in the north, they were supposed to come to Kayak so that we can process them, because they do a pre-voc. So with us, they were supposed to do their next level so that they can continue in their path. But the demand grew so big because their learners started participating, their teachers, of NICE, and then particularly they have a WhatsApp group. So then we end up with a lot of ladies, particularly, and one man, there were one man, that wanted to participate in this pilot. So we had to now not just offer clothing production, but also cosmetology, because they wanted. And we still have a group that want to do joinery and cabinet making, but yeah, we are still in discussions to continue with them. So at the end, we end up with 20 trainees per course, 24 clothing production and 24 cosmetology. Okay, although we are talking about inclusivity, in our classes we can only accommodate 18, and it was mainly, at some point, it was just people living with disabilities or deaf, because of the demand. So training adaptations, again, Rusa, we use the same picture. Without we were thinking alike. They say great minds think alike. So the first thing, obviously, is the staff panicked and said, how can we now have so many ladies and one gentleman that they're having disability? So we had to provide them training. Thank you to the NTA and GIZ. It was a one-month training in the afternoons, because we already started with the training. In the afternoons, they came and they taught our staff to do basic signing, But the most important is how to do assessment. Kenneth was mentioning, especially those institutions that want to do training with people with disabilities, and you need to know assessment. Assessment is crucial. Training, you know, you have the trainer is capable to do the training, you have your sign language interpreter, but at the end of the day, you have to qualify if they can do what they are supposed to do. So assessment is very important, because I will detail later why is it so important. So next, also we had to do our curriculum. We had to adjust our curriculum because particularly, as Dr. Anderson was saying, some of the technical words, they don't have a sign. So the trainer wouldn't know, and the sign language interpreter wouldn't know, even if it is an expert brought from the moon. They wouldn't, because some of the technical words. So you need to have videos, you need to have pictures, you need to have a lot of very visual aids and practical activities. In the case, for instance, the trainees, they loved first aid because they had to do the resuscitation and everything. So they love very practical things and visual. So internal assessments. So here is what I want to highlight, a couple of things. Sorry, it's a bit, I hope you will be able to read. Interestingly enough, we started with 20 at each, but we end up, when we did the final internal assessment, with 13. So it was mentioned throughout, when you are dealing with communities that are disadvantaged, in the absence of a better word, if they get a job, they will leave you. I don't know, many of us that we are training providers, probably we suffer that. You know, when the police recruits, a lot of our trainees also go. Now that it's coming elections, a lot of our trainees probably are also applying to be, I see some people nodding. I see some people nodding. We will also have some dropouts because they are looking for jobs. They are hungry today. If they get that job today, they will leave you. So in this case, look, seven left for in clothing production and 7 in cosmetology. Interestingly enough, also, you know, a lot of them, they were mothers. So you need money to leave your child, to care to pay for somebody that is caring for your child, so on and so forth. So 7 of them, they left in both trades. Now, what is interesting there, you can see that 62% pass the trade theory, 77 pass the practical assessment, and we cover all the unit standards in clothing production. Cosmetology, 80% pass the trade theory, 69 pass the practical. Now, when I talk about pass, it's very important because don't forget, these colleagues of ours were trained on how to assess. It's very important because something that is interesting to know, sign is shortened, so they don't actually write all the words. Like, for instance, in English, you need to say, if you will be assessed, you say, I am going to ShopRite to buy an apple. Now, in sign language, you don't say like that. You say, shop apple. So now, when you are assessing, you have to just find the keywords that will tell you what is the person trying to convey. Are we together? So our colleagues, they were trained, so they were able to assess in that fashion. So 69% pass, 80% pass the theory, 69. Now, when we talk about English, we couldn't cover all the modules. We were able only to cover 1 out of the 3 unit standards, and we focus mainly on how to apply for jobs and how to fill in application forms, job application forms. First aid and HIV is the same. What we also found out that the, formative assessment, that is shorter content, they are able to pass. But when it comes to the summative assessment, that is the whole content, the pass rate was lower because the retention is a bit lower in terms of how much you can memorize. In entrepreneurship, they favored costing and pricing, And in numeracy, because as mentioned before, the demand grew so fast that we not only got people that were coming from school, but we got also people from the communities. So we had to go back and focus on basic operations, fractions, and measurements. We couldn't cover the whole content. Now, how does that translate into external assessment? Because we have to conduct an internal assessment first to determine who qualifies to go for the external assessment. So in clothing production, only 4 that could cover all the curriculum qualified out of the 13 to go for the national assessment. Only 2 of them passed the practical tasks. None of them passed the theory tasks. In cosmetology, 7 out of 13 qualified, 6 passed the practical task, none of them passed the theory. So in short, out of 40 that joined, we sent only 9 for external assessment, and unfortunately, none of them could complete the assessment or get a qualification at level 1 or level 2, mainly because of the generic subjects. But when it comes to employment outcomes, post-training, so part of the pilot was also to do a shorter version of a tracer study. So we managed to follow up, and out of the 13 that you saw, 38% of them got employed. And the NAPAMA, and we need to praise them a lot, they managed to get at least 4 of them, and then went to other companies. 17% got self-employed, and others, the other 17%, they are helping, assisting family members in running small tuck shops, kuka shops in their houses, and 28% of them are still looking for a job. And again, sorry, I want to make a caveat here. This is at the time of when we did the call. This keeps on changing all the time. So now in terms of cosmetology, 37% of them got employment. 50% are in other fields of employment, not necessarily in cosmetology. However, they are also doing, cosmetology is hair, is nails and makeup, so they also are involved into self-employment. And then we have 13% that are still looking for jobs. So the recommendations and lessons learned. So number 1 is be aware that they will drop out if they get a job. 2, obviously we had a big group because the demand was big, but the technical ratio should be in an inclusive group, it should be maximum 10. Why? Is because I think it was mentioned by Rusa, if not by Doctor. The problem is when we talk about our trainers, it's not just the trainers they need to know about inclusive education, it's also the trainees, because the trainees, they get bored also because the space, the speed that you need to train goes a bit slower because you are talking, somebody is signing, sometimes you have to repeat, because especially deaf, all of them, they want to sign at the same time. So it creates a lot of distraction, and so the space that you can cover the content, it is a bit reduced, the time. So that creates a bit of tension in the class. But yeah, eventually they get used to this, and yeah, it works out. The trainers, they need to receive training. This is very critical, especially assessment. Assessment is critical. And then you need to use visual aids, tailored manuals, lot of pictures, videos to improve comprehension. Yeah, because it was mentioned, not all the technical words have a sign. It's important also to arrange visits and exposure to the industry. It was mentioned by Mr. Ralph, and it was asked by this side. You know what is interesting? As we were placing our trainees into the industry. What was shocking to us is that some industry in Namibia, they are already making, what is it called for the ladies? Wigs. They are making wigs, so they are importing hair from China and other places, India, and they are manufacturing wigs. But that is not covered into the cosmetology content. So, as somebody mentioned there, if we can hear from the industry what are their needs, so we could probably include that into the cosmetology content. Okay, so things to consider in terms of cost. Kenneth mentioned some of these things, but it's very important, particularly for deaf. You need to have 2 sign language interpreters. It's not 1, because every 20 minutes they have to rotate. There is a norm that 20 minutes one signs, then the other one signs for the other 20 minutes. That is a norm. So just for some of you that don't know. Then it was also mentioned, it is important a monthly allowance, because yes, especially people living with disabilities, they get a disability grant, but that disability grant doesn't cover transport to go to the center, go back. If they are coming from the regions, they need either a hostel or rent from somebody that is around. They need also toiletries, they need some food to eat, and so on and so forth. So it's very important, because otherwise, again, for a job, they will drop out. And then it's interesting, you know, the issue of employment, because I think it was also mentioned, if you hire somebody that is deaf or blind, it means I will also have to hire an interpreter, isn't it? Because how will I communicate with my employee? So the chances of them getting jobs are, imagine 50% is unemployed already of our youth. Imagine now if you have to hire 2, or probably hire 5 deaf and 1 interpreter or something like that. You understand? So the chances of them getting jobs is even a bit slimmer. So if you give them a toolkit, the chances of them to starting their self-employment becomes higher. And then it was also mentioned by Rusa, there is already a psychosocial guideline for inclusion. Please, if you are planning to train people living with disabilities, you need to use them. And with that, I want to thank you.
Mr. Prada was well on time. He still had about 1 minute and 30 seconds left before I would have stood next to him to just nudge him along. Right, thank you, Mr. Prada. That was very insightful. This is a topic that's close to most of us within this room. And as we see, I don't like the word disabled. I prefer to use differently abled. So as we've seen, our students who have different abilities are very bright and intelligent students. However, our assessment strategies and our teaching and learning strategies needs to be flexible to accommodate their needs. And this is why platforms like this is important, so that we can speak about these topics. And when we go back to our classrooms, we have this at the back of our minds, that we need to bring in some flexible measures to accommodate their unique needs. Thank you again, Mr. Prada. That was great. I don't know, do we have some of them up here performing in the National Skills Competition? Some of our hairdressers and clothing production students. It would be so nice if we can also expose them to these platforms, and maybe even just bring them along so that they can see what is going on in this space as well. Maybe it will also serve as a motivating factor. Thank you. Any questions, colleagues? Okay, we've got one hand already there. Mr. Shinde.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Prada. That was a riveting presentation you gave. But there is one slide which made my mustache twitch, the one about the failure. I, as an assessor and as an assessor trainer, there are issues on assessment. I think Dr. Kadila at one point even indicated that when he was still a student, there was one teacher who was saying, you with a big head, you will not pass. At times, it's how assessment is done I've already said I'm an assessor trainer. When I conduct training, at times I invite those who are coming for training to bring samples of some of the assessments they have used. And it is surprising that in all the trainings that I've run so far, some of the assessment, when you are now going to day 2, talking about principles of assessment, some of them will be saying, Alpheus, can I take back what I brought? Because the principles that I used in conducting this assessment was not proper. And when I saw the high failure rate, my finger was going to, is it the teaching? Is it the assessment? Because some of the teachers that we have, they are cheaters. They don't teach, they cheat in the teaching, and you're wondering how the training is going through. So I really want to implore upon you to say, how was this assessment done for us to have such a high rate? Because at times these are things that we just put a file under the carpet and say, they failed. But I think more should go into how were they taught, how was the teaching. I think you remember a couple of years ago, there was someone who was purporting to be an interpreter, sign language interpreter, and it came out later that he was cheating. So when I see this high failure rate, I'm already saying some of those teachers were not doing their job, or the assessment instruments which were used. Because this is money, colleagues. When someone goes through the training program, probably it's 1 year, and you're just looking at the end and say, you failed. If you calculate and look at the costs which were involved in the teaching, in all the materials, I think for now I'll rest.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Okay, we've got a hand there at the back as well. And we've got one there and one there.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Tandias Unona from NIST. Mr. Nelson, if I understood very well, I saw the intake is reduced to 10 and dropout remains a ringtone. So if you look at the figure from 20 to 13, will this not affect the assessment at the end that you end up assessing 0, though 0 is also a number, due to dropout? What happens if this all 10 drops out? Because if you look at the big number, a big number is still dropping out. Maybe what figures did you look at to reduce it to 10, that I feel like you might end up not assessing anyone, which will still remain as a barrier? Maybe I would just love to hear what characters did you use to reduce it to 10, while dropout is the ringtone that is there and remains an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got one more question on this side of the room, and then we'll allow Mr. Prada to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Junius Jacob. I'm from Enana, VTC. Mine is just an input on the aspect to be capitalizing on the human resources we have. As we know, we operate under very tight budgets, and you would find you have so many trainers or instructors whereas you have an option of maybe using one trainer to train more than one subject. Yeah, for example, you will not find a trainer that would do basic computer, like to use Microsoft Word, Excel, and so on, to teach level 1. Yeah. And then also for the subjects like maybe science, one is teaching building science, one is teaching engineering science, one is teaching math. But there's nobody who has done science that do math. Yeah, so for instance, those subjects can be taught by one trainer. And instead of hiring 3, you get maybe 2, so that they can then share amongst themselves between the different levels. Yeah, that is the first point. Second one is the relevance of the different unit standards, or maybe rather say topics. Okay, we for the generic subjects, for example, like math, science, and so on, you would find maybe, say, okay, there's a topic on electricity, and you are teaching it to a trade where there is no need for the trainees to be taught electricity. Because, okay, it might be relevant for those that are going to do electricity, electrical general, or solar, but not plumbing. And therefore, you spend more time, wasting time on teaching irrelevant topics, whereas you could spend that time maybe subjecting the trainees to doing more practical so that they can prepare for assessment. Yeah, and then you free them from teaching subjects that are not relevant. I mean, topics that are not relevant to their trade. So that's my input. I shall submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Prada, would you?
Yeah. Thank you for the questions. One, I think, is from my brother. Actually, it was his birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, my brother. And then dropouts. So I don't particularly let me put it on a positive way. I think we can improve on our assessment tools. Is there anybody from the assessment department here? From NTA? No. Okay. Yesterday I saw Nicolette. Yeah, we had a meeting with Mr. Hango and Dr. Violet from NICE. The main fact remains, when I was talking about our internal assessment and then the external, the internal assessment is like a mock assessment in preparation for the other one. So it's like the summative, is the overall. Now, we have to use like already old question papers of NTA, you get me? So when we were having the discussion between Mr. Hango, that at that time was working for the NTA and NICE, is that NTA has to do what is called reasonable adjustments for assessment. So we are talking about probably the length in time, probably allowing an interpreter to come to help with the assessment, but that doesn't cover the whole thing. You get me? Because still the person has to sign, and it's the issue of, for instance, if the interpreter is signing for me, I am the one writing. Cannot be now the interpreter writing on behalf of the trainee. You get me? So there is some things that have to be probably modified in that, because don't forget what I keep on saying. Practically, they pass. They pass quite well, and they are employed for that matter. The employment rate is quite high. The problem comes with the generics. Is the retention? How much of, I'm glad NTA is also moving to CAs for certain subjects, because that also assists in that. Yeah, so that will be, because even in that conversation for assessment, we also involved NIET. And NIET also, they also have a special assessment tools for the special needs trainees. So I imagine it's a conversation that still has to continue regarding assessment. Now, regarding dropouts, it's a very difficult question, because as I mentioned to you, is the issue of I am hungry today, I need a job today. So if the person needs a job, they will just leave you. That's why probably the allowance can help, and it was helping for a while, because we're dealing with very disadvantaged communities. Yeah. In terms of my brother Junius, if I understood correctly, your question is about allocating the number of hours, balancing the trade hours with the generic hours. Yeah, this is something that we constantly advocate, because especially I am talking to a fellow center managers. We just bought a license for Timetable Master. You can do your timetables electronically. My sister there is nodding her head. You also bought it probably. It tells you very nicely how much of your trainer is investing in teaching particular things, and So I realized that because of the increased number of generic subjects that we are having, some of our trade trainers are disadvantaged. And probably if MAPAC and others that are teaching automechatronics, you will notice that they are really, really disadvantaged, because they have to add a lot of hours for the generics. So, yeah, there has to be a balance. There have to be a balance. But in the case of the deaf, they want to be called deaf actually. Yeah. In case of the deaf, they are really good practically. They love the practical things. So probably the balance has to increase. But if you increase more in generic subjects, then you disadvantage probably the hearing. So it's especially in inclusive, it's a give and take, I guess, at some point. Yeah. So that would be my answer. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Mr. Prada.
Okay, no, thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause. So in sign language, this is how you say thank you. So let's just say thank you to Mr. Prada. And this is how we clap. So let's be inclusive in our practices also of clapping. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Prada. So we're moving into the space of lunch, and therefore it's important that we address matters affecting the stomach, agriculture, food. So please allow me to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Richard Kambinda. And as he is making his way to the podium, let me just give you a short overview of who this impressive man is also. So Mr. Kambinda is currently the acting GM of DVET Transformation and VTC Development Support at the NTA. He possesses 25 years of experience in TVET and was instrumental in the success of ZVTC. So the ZVTC that we see today, this is the man behind the success. He spearheaded and led various initiatives, one of them being the hotel school, another one being the agriculture training farm. Very, very impressive, Mr. Kambinda. He holds a national technical diploma in mechanical engineering and is also a very, very well-educated man with 2 MBAs. So apart from him being a product and having a love for TVET, he also possesses other skills. That makes him brilliant. Thank you, Mr. Kambinda. His topic is about, like I said, matters of the stomach, but in particular, pioneering agricultural TVET in Namibia, and institutional reflection. Thank you, Mr. Kambinda. Welcome. So this is how you move it forward, and backwards you can just point it forward.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. TVET, I heard Mr. Bussell here talking about TVET and how it had groomed him to what he is today. There are those parents who, when you meet them, when they talk of TVET, and they would say, I have a stupid boy at home. Can I bring him at your center? That boy cannot do anything in his life. Please, when you meet one of those children or of those parents, please tell them about me. Tell them about Richard Kambinda. Tell them about Cornelius Lucas, who is sitting here. Tell them about Rodolphe Bussell. Because we are not stupid, guys. We are not. You know, having dedicated my life in TVET from 1993 when I became a trainee, 1993 to today, I've not done anything but TVET. Not done anything. And so today, I'm not talking about TVET in that respect. Today, I'm talking about agriculture. And since agriculture is a big spectrum, I'm confining it to agriculture in TVET. All right? Agriculture in TVET. And so, after introducing this at the center, then my career changed. I became a farmer as I stand here. So please, this is a short presentation of 13 slides. So let's go through this, and I'll make sure that by lunchtime I deliver you to the restaurant. All right? All right. We will be covering, just to give you a background, some pictures are placed there deliberately. So if you are here and you see yourself there, just say, oh, we will hear you, okay? And we will locate you, all right? We'll also give a status of ATVET programs in Namibia so that you know who is offering what programs in agriculture. You will know what programs do we have, to what levels. But after that, I will confine it to Rundu and Zambezi, which was under the NTA leadership in terms of program offerings. We'll be talking of qualifications, as I said, and also just to give you a story how the two entities were established. What did we put in place to establish those? Maybe even give you the figures. How much did it cost us to do that? What has been the impact and the outcome? We'll discuss the challenges that we see and also possible solutions. I'm not hearing anything. You know, I'm trying. Eh? As you know, the agriculture sector is the largest employer in Namibia. That we know. And unfortunately, 80% of these people that are employed there, we, the citizenry, the community, have declared those people that they are semi-skilled. They are unskilled. Huh? I don't know how many of you here consider yourself as a farmer. Even to own a farm is a problem. Farming is a prestige. It's something that is of high level. But even we become shy to be called farmers. If you find me in December or festive seasons, if you find me in town or at a village, you will not know whether this is the person who was standing in front of you in Swakopmund, in the dome. You will not know. And many of the ladies will be running from me because they don't want to associate themselves with the one they are seeing in front of them. But it's very important that we, the community, we have classified these people as unskilled laborers. Yes, they are there. But this presents an opportunity for RPL, where we can certify these people to have national qualifications. Yes, skills do exist, but we need to formalize them. We need to formalize them And I think as NTA, NQA, we need to start working on some of these things so that we formalize this. We need to focus on the work integrated learning and also produce short courses. The opportunities are many, especially now with this administration. Agriculture is the future. I have heard somebody saying women are the future, then TVET is the future, but I'm saying agriculture is the future. Okay? The next millionaires, the next millionaires you are expecting are coming from agriculture. I can tell you now. They are there now, but the next billionaires will come from agriculture still. So the opportunities are there. If you read the NDP 6, you will see the opportunities that are there and the funding that is even available there. So when you see all these projects happening, the Nicotel Dam is standing there. And with all the plans that were set for the nearby farms and the areas that was set there, it's just collecting dust. We need to get in there and make that thing operational. These are the programs that are available in the country right now. The centers that are offering these programs in agriculture that are there. But my concentration is to look at number 13 and number 17. Those are the two areas the two centers that I wanted to look at. But if you have a child that you want to do agriculture, please, those centers, contact them. They will give you the programs in agriculture. Okay? They will give you the programs in agriculture. And if you check, you will see right now we have 17 that are running in terms of centers. But between last year and this year, we are talking of a total enrollment of 1,769. Now, looking at the data that we have from Rundu and Zambezi VTC, we are looking at 2024, we had 59 at Zambezi, 31 at Rundu, but this was in horticulture, farm equipment. You are looking at 12 in Rundu and 64 in Zambezi. Again, this year, current enrollment, you are looking at 36 in Rundu, 71 in Zambezi. We are looking at 31 in Rundu, 50 in Zambezi. This brings us to a total of 110 in Rundu and 244 in Zambezi. Do you have anyone you can recognize in that picture? Please remember, these pictures are not Googled. These pictures, these are real stuff, guys. These are real people who even live among you. Those are the programs that are being offered. These programs are available, okay? They are available and they are registered on the NQF. Those institutions that feel like they want to do agriculture, please consider those programs that are there. But my concentration is only on those two, the farm equipment, farm machinery, and horticulture, level 2 and level 3 that we have there, that are currently in offer at Rundu and at Zambezi. I must also announce to you that we are also we are offering level 4, but come 2026, the 4 groups we have, 3 groups in Rundu and 1 group in Zambezi doing level 4, will be the first candidates to do level 5 Okay, they will be the first groups to do level 5 in those 2 centers come 2026 academic year. How did this whole thing start? First, in our situation, was to acquire land. Rundu had already land within premises. But for Zambezi, we had to acquire land because our center was just built the fence all around next to the building, so there was no expansion. So we had to acquire land, and this land we had to get from the regional council. The second part that came there was to look at the construction. NTA has given us a budget that for the introduction of agriculture, the money that is available is $3.2 million. That's it. So deal with it. Whatever you do, deal with it. That's all we have. The good part is that with our good relations with the regional council, the land was given for free. That's about 10 hectares. And so that land is the one where we have constructed a new campus on agriculture, just dealing with agriculture. While in Rundu, the only expense we had was to reconstruct the security fence around the area. But the land was already there. And so that is how it was done. Now with the $3 million, what do you do with the $3 million? These days, even a toilet or a public facility for government is now $740,000. You know those toilets for the schools? Those ones, they are not cheap. They come with about $700,000. But now you are looking off a campus. You are looking at debushing, fencing. You are looking at constructing of classrooms. You are looking at storage facilities. $3 million. So the device that we had to do there was to use our own trainees. We used our own trainees to construct the structure that we have at the center. And in that way, it changed the product. If you go to our center now, you will see that it's written, proudly built by RVTC trainees, proudly built by ZVTC trainees. It's proudly stated there like that. So funding strategy. How did we get to the funding strategy? We didn't have the money. NTA provided the money for construction. And so GIZ, and I want to take this time also to thank GIZ for the establishment of agriculture campus between the 2 centers. GIZ provided the equipment. All the equipment that was needed, the GIZ provided. And so today, we have functioning structures. Those that you see there, please, those are our trainees, building administration block, classroom block, storage facilities, ablution facilities, even also doing the septic tank. It was all done by our trainees. We had about 17 trainees that were there for construction. And if you are concerned about whether the industry was involved, yes, the engineer who was supervising the project came from the industry. We had an engineer who was supervising our trainees. And so this is how it was built. And because this was a good structure, we went on to build our hotel, double-story hotel, using the same group of trainees. So it can be done. What was the impact of this product? What you see there is onion. We did close to 12 tons of oil, of onion, 12 tons. that it was supplied in the local shops could not take it. And so it was sold nationally through AMTA. Trucks went over there to collect the onion, which was then distributed across the country. Okay? That is what now? Food security. So what you see there is not like something that we bought from Cape Town. No. It's local stuff. You can see the registration number. All right. What was the impact? This helped us to develop a practical skill where our trainees who do agriculture could do hands-on training, in training, without going outside, but we could do it there at the center. And so it improved productivity. And now, because the institution is there, even in the local community, we also give them short programs to come and see what we do in terms of TVET in agriculture. This helped us also to create industry partnership, where we collaborated with local farmers for our job attachment, and also it helped us to get to know who is in this agriculture business. We did not know about AMTA. We did not know about the agriculture hubs, fresh hubs, whatever they are called. We didn't know that. But now, because we are in that business, collaboration is there. This helped us also to do the curriculum development. But we will talk about this one as a shortcoming on the part of the curriculum development. Okay? It helped us because then programs were developed and we are implementing those programs. Innovation and technology. Modern agriculture practices were introduced. If most of you might have been seeing that on weather during rain season, we can even report on how many millimeters of rain did Katima Mulilo receive. I think you have seen that it's written Zambezi VTC or something like that. Our agriculture campus is high tech, okay? Because we have minimum, we can show, we have a mini weather station where you can check wind speed and all that, where we are connected to the National Weather Station. We have all the technology there. We can check the probes to see how much water we have done. So that is technology in terms of that. Entrepreneurship. This gave trainees opportunities. If you meet some of our graduates today, they call themselves consultants. They are going around the region, helping the community to set up their agriculture gardens, where to place the water, putting the pipes. So they are doing that now. The opportunities have come. We have also done the in community engagement. Some of the things that we don't have, like if we have nothing on our farm, but assessment has to take place, we can go to those nearby farms and conduct this thing there, and the assessment can be done there. So we are doing that. And also we have enhanced food security. Let me just finish. I'm left with just one more slide. Okay. I think Rusa made reference to one of the bullets here. The challenges that we have are the environmental challenges, the climate change, the limited water resources. Many of you know that Kavango River is there, Zambezi River is there. Why are we reporting of drought? I can tell you very soon we will be driving in Kavango River. I can tell you now, very soon we'll be driving there in Zambezi River. And that is the situation that we have. Infrastructure resources, if you look at the way funding is available, it's really a problem. Limited classroom space. We have so many trainees. I think you saw on our numbers. For Zambezi, we are talking of 244. But you only have one classroom of 20 trainees and one computer room of 20 trainees. How do you accommodate 244? That is a problem. So that is really a problem for us. A negative perception on agriculture. Agriculture is not considered sexy. Many of our beautiful ladies here, they cannot associate with me in December because of the way I look and how I'm dressed. But they don't know that where debt is, that's where money is. That's the magic. Okay? Industry partnership, I think it's really a problem. You can imagine people coming from Rundu, from Zambezi, must get attachment this side of the red line. And really, that is really a problem. You have issues with language, you have issues with what? Most of those farmers speak Afrikaans, and my people cannot speak Afrikaans. Only me can speak Afrikaans. The issue of curriculum. Our curriculum is very much rigid. We need, technology is dynamic, it's not stagnant. It needs to change. And when our people go there, to their farms, they will find other farmers are using drones. And our people cannot use drones. So we need to have curriculum that change fast so that it can respond to what is on the ground. Okay? Or even, let us go ahead further than our farmers so that when our farmers get there, we are already there. What are the solutions we are proposing? What we are proposing is that we need to have a curriculum alignment that responds to the fast changing situation in the industry. We need to have that. We need to start saying, we have this drought, but how can we be resilient to this drought? How can we still have the drought and still have food? We need to start looking at that. The technology. We need to start knowing now that exactly when will the first rain hit the ground, already by now. We must know that when we are in Swakopmund right now, at my farm in Katima Mulilo, I must be able to know that it's going to rain at 5 minutes to 5, and I must also know that the eastern part of the land has received so much rain. We must be able to know that. We must be able to develop new technology, new equipment that can respond to the situation that is on the ground. I think this is where we must go at this stage. We need to have, yes, we have technology. You know, in Zambezi, we do have center pivot. If Mr. Ndana send a message right now, it can start running while we are here. We have a water pump at the river. If you just send signal to the water pump and just say on, we have cell phone numbers for those things. Say on, then it start running. But we need something better. Okay? As a training institution, we need something better. And then the other part that I also want to bring in is the issue of storage. It was so sad to see harvest of tomatoes rotting in our storage because the buyers have not responded. If we can keep them safe much longer, we can even sell them at a better price when we determine when it must be provided. But now you end up saying, okay, bring what you have. And then the person pays, and then you have lost the sale just there. If we can have better storage facilities, and if that is what we can also train, that our trainees, when they go there, they already know the storage facilities and technology that is involved, we could do that. We need also to get involved in research so that we can know what is it in this industry, what can we do to respond to that. Very, very important to know that. We need to start getting collaboration with international relations. And with that, a picture of the green paper there, I thank you very much.
Well, I couldn't have said it better. There's millions and billions in agriculture. And we need to get on that bandwagon to start capacitating our students and start contributing positively to the sustainability and the economy of Namibia through proper TVET, agricultural TVET. Thank you, Mr. Kambinda. It was a very insightful presentation, and I think you and I must have a discussion. Because great minds think alike, especially in the ag tech. I notice we are echoing the same sentiments there. We need smart technologies, and we need our students to be equipped with that knowledge as well. So, yes, we will definitely have a discussion. Right, colleagues, just again, 2 questions before we go. Enjoy the agricultural produce during lunch. We have a question there.
Thank you, Mr. Kabinda. That was a lovely presentation, and I believe it also deserves another round of applause.
Yes.
Right. At the same time, also, it's more of a question and more of a solution. You say, for example, tomatoes were rotting, and also there's also harvest which were there, which end up being disposed. But don't we find is it also necessary to enhance beneficiation, for example, creating canning factories and also processing plants, which are the actual production? And how do we evolve, especially in terms of students, adapting to that in terms of production? Because, for example, you've got situations like, you've got retailers like Pick n Pay and Vormenbroek, where they would want constant supply. What are we doing in terms of mitigating that situation? And at the same time also having, like, if you've got a surplus, what can we do with it? Like, for example, in terms of beneficiation for that, are we training students to adapt to certain climate changes situation and also industrialization possibilities? Because we're looking at a situation where we can overproduce, yes. And next thing, what are we doing with this produce? How best can we enhance value and also teach the young ones, so that at least, just instead of just producing the tomato, you can also can it to make tomato sauce, and also process canned puree and also other byproducts which can come with that. And also, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another question? No, I know it's lunch. Our stomach is dominating the brain. Mr. Kambinda, it seems we don't have any more questions. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. What I really appreciate about that question, it is also talking to one of the challenges that we have, the issue of funding. We have done a research that was sponsored through GIZ on value addition. I did not make reference to it now here because we have not realized the implementation of that. There is an issue there of value addition as to go an extra mile. What we are having right now in terms of what we are producing, what can we do to add value to those produce that we are getting from the farm? I think that is the next step. Research was done, and Dr. Boniface Mutumba was the one leading the research, and he made recommendations in terms of what need to be added, but it's just a limitation in terms of funding. If that is realized, then we will be going in the next phase. The first phase of establishing and training, that has been achieved. So now we need to see now, when we train these people, what else do we train them? When they become farm workers or farm managers at some places, how are we going to ensure that those farms they are managing, they don't experience the losses of the produce
how can they add value? I think that is the next group, the next stage where we must be going right now. The issue of value addition, which is currently limited by funding. But otherwise, a study was already conducted on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kambinda, once again. Thank you, sir. Right. In the interest of time, we are 5 minutes beyond our time. So you have 55 minutes for lunch, preferably 40 minutes, and then you make your way back the last few minutes back to the venue so that we can start on time at exactly 2 o'clock. We've got 3 more presentations lined up after lunch before the closing ceremony. Thank you, colleagues. You've been awesome. Thank you so much. Give yourself a round of applause. And with Mr. Kambinda again, thank you very much, sir. All right, enjoy your lunch. plate of food in front of us. The colleagues don't look convinced. All right. So without further ado, I think the rest of the colleagues are still making their way back into the room, but please allow me to make an announcement. So as you are aware, tonight we will be having an official closing ceremony. I was asked to please invite the colleagues and those who would want to attend that you please put your details on this form before you leave the session today. So please, if you would like to attend tonight's session, please make sure that you fill in your name and surname and the rest of your details on this form before you leave the venue today. Secondly, if you would like to attend tonight's session, please make sure that you are in this very same room not later than 20 minutes past 5 tonight. Otherwise, I'm locking the door. I'm just joking. But we were asked to please be on time, and that would be at 20 minutes past 5, not later than that. Please, colleagues. So you'll find this form right at that table as you go out here. The table is right there at the back. You please just complete your details if you would like to attend tonight's session. Right, some colleagues are still making their way back into the room. Without further ado, please allow me to introduce the next speaker. And she's another extraordinary lady. And we're equally excited to hear her presentation that she's about to deliver. So this is Ms. Hilya Mvula. She is currently the project coordinator at Ngula Homestead Skills and Technical Education Academy. She's got 5 years of experience in project management and aquaculture. Now, ladies and gentlemen, aquaculture is another very specialized area, so today you're also hearing from that expert. In addition to this, she's got an honors in fisheries and aquatic science, an MBA in natural resource management from our very own University of Namibia. And then she's also passionate about youth engagement in natural resource management and sustainable agriculture practices. Please give a round of applause to Ms. Hilya Mvula as we welcome her to the podium. Thank you. Press next, then you just put next there, or if you want to go back, you just press this one. Okay.
Thank you. I'm so delighted to be here today, and I believe we all had our lunch. We are ready, we are fully packed up to another more milestone as we continue this remarkable conference. I'm very, very proud to announce that I'm a very proud farmer and an agripreneur of that matter. However, today I'm not here to talk about perhaps more in agriculture, but just to Mr. Richard Kabinda and the rest of the group in the sector, we shout a very congratulations to each and everybody in that area. So today I'll be coming through the space to talk about a community-based model of skills and development, homestead education model. Of which we defined the homestead education model as a rural-based model skill of education that is offering 21st centuries of practical experience to our youth. And we are saying we are trying to bring these generations, we are trying to raise them from being zero to the heroes of Namibia. And having said that, we can confidently say a homestead education model, it's a grassroots model that is offering hand-on experience to engage our youth. And I'll be coming through the space with 3 important components of this model. one will be to say, how does it work? Why does it matter? And how can we tap into that dimension as to spread across this practical experience, turning into our people professional agripreneurs, carpenters, entrepreneurs, and sustainable generation that we can rely on the future to come. In every village out there's a dreamer, somebody who is willing to do something. But if this dream is not recognized or is not appreciated, this road often leads to the shebeen. And I'm speaking from experience because I've grown up in the hearts of the villages. I've grown and I've experienced how a lot of youth who don't make it to university, who don't make it to tertiary education, often these dreams lead to the shebeen. The question is, how do we raise? How would we bring forth such people? How do we bring forth the magnitude of our populations, the youth that are out there? So our vision at Homestead Academy, which is well known as a Shebeen Escape Academy, a concept that was brought up as we see and we observe that our young people, if this dream is not picked up, they often go to the dream and it dies from there. Our dream is simple, and which is to say, we would like to help the youth escape the unproductive lifestyle, the poverty, the hopelessness, and by stepping into the world of skill and entrepreneurship. And we do that by, we came up with this model. And how does this model work? It's more than a plot of land. It's something that started as a home village, as a homestead, where it was just a normal house like any other house in the village. In the village, we're known as Ongolaya Netanga, and as we extended, we have tapped other areas of our communities. It started as a homestead, a home village that was later invented into a village lodge. Why did we move into a lodge? We live in a community that is full of cultural values, cultural heritages, but how do we realize, how do we commercialize our culture? And we came up with it that let us commercialize our culture, and we moved into a lodge whereby our destination, we are in eco-tourist destination mostly, and we try to sell our culture to these tourists. And it was later revolved into a multi-purpose community center, which made us to say this place is more than a piece of land. It's more than just a village house. And in that piece of land, we were able to put up a lodge, a village lodge. We were able to put up a multi-purpose community center whereby the kids from the nearby schools can come and they can learn. They can do their homework, they get assisted. Later on, we revolved and we were like, let us move into a technical center. Apart from us empowering these children with the ability to do their homework with understanding, how about we revolve into a technical center, an academy that is able to realize the potentials of our people, not just the potential that rests or dwells within the hand, but the potential that they can bring forth with their own hands. And that have given birth to what we call an academy, a technical academy, which is now in existence, and it is exponentially revolving. And that's what we call more than just a piece of land. Why? Because it transforms and it builds, it creates opportunities. And I can confidently tell you that the next center directors will be coming from the villages. I hope the room can agree with me. Our journey, as I have spoken about our journey, we started as a village lodge, revolved because of the need of our people, because of the passion that we have for our people. We transited into an academy, and later on we moved into the deepest areas of Okongo. I'm sure for those of us that have come from the Wangwena region, we are very much aware of the situations that our people are living. And today we are speaking about building capacity and enhancing inclusivity. How do we include our people? It's by reaching up to them, by understanding the dimension of our people. Because we are speaking about a marginalized person, somebody who has probably never been exposed to town. And what we are trying to do, we are saying we are taking these kids from Okongo deep town to bring them to Windhoek, to bring them to Enana. Is it possible? Would they like to stay in Enana? Would they like to stay in Windhoek? It's a question. And we understand it's not always them to come. Sometimes it's us that need to extend ourselves and go and serve our people. And that is what has given birth to what we call Congo Community College. And I can proudly announce that we are doing immense change with our people. We are perceiving the culture. The people are evolving, and we have a new generation being brought up. I have a question which I have to ask. Why is this model relevant? Is it relevant? Or we are trying to push for something that is not relevant to us? And we are saying this model is more than relevant in the education lenses in such a way that it builds the future with hand-on skill. It fosters self-sufficiency. And it also offers the opportunity that provides foundations of independence and sustainability of this Namibian nation. By saying that, we are looking at the three components of skill development, which is the head, hand, and the heart. We believe there is an installation in our hands, and we have the knowledge and the thinking, because there's not anybody who is an anti-vessel. We also bring something to the space of this world. But the thinking and the knowledge, if it's not anticipated, if it's not recognized, then we are going to fail to bring it forth to manifestation. And we believe with the hand, we can transcend that knowledge with our hands. Through technical knowledge, teaching these people how do we make a dress, how do we make Oshivambo bread, how do we commercialize ombike, how do we make traditional shoes. And we believe we can transit that to serve with faithfulness, to serve with dignity of our people into the hearts. So what we are saying is we transit from the head, then we bring it forth to manifestation through the practical, and we carry it to the heart to go out there and serve as entrepreneurship, not just as job seekers, but as entrepreneurships. And what we are saying is that our trainers are not only skilled people, these are informed minds. And I'm sure for those of us, and for a lot of us that are here, we are TVET products, and we are saving, we are informed minds that are committed to serve, that we are committed to empower our local economy. And on that basis, we are saying, how can we do it? We have answered the question to say, why does it matter? And now we have a question to answer. How can we do it? We can do this through integrations. We can do this through concept integrations. We understand that, yes, we are moving into a modern world, but we cannot move in a modern world leaving behind our indigenous knowledge. We apply, we find a point where modern knowledge meets indigenous knowledge. In combination, we are able to get something for our people. We are able to produce a product. And what we are saying, we are not doing this in exclusion. We are doing this in participation of every Namibian citizen, being it advantaged or disadvantaged. We are also saying this model it can create opportunities for diversity. And we have seen this quite working well for us. Most of our students that we have trained, these are village-based students. These are village-based people. Most of them that have never been at the city, they have never seen Windhoek, they have never seen Swakop. But these people, they have opportunity, they have diversity in what they can bring to the space. We are saying this model of homesteads have the opportunity to create career pathway, occupational pathway, and I can proudly announce that most of our students in the hospitality industry, they have been absorbed by some of the top lodges because these people bring to the space of indigenous knowledge. People are not just looking in the industry is not just looking for modern, but we are looking for unique and indigenous knowledge that can preserve us as Namibians. And we are also saying this model is have enabling capacity to do what? To create a thriving environment. A thriving environment is the one that we say we have those that can be absorbed by the industry, we have those that can create their own job, and we are also looking at a single mother out there who cannot speak or read English, but they can do something with their own hands. We are not limited to requirement. Yes, I can submit to that standard that we are being governed by a regulatory body, which is NTA. But on that basis, we cannot deny somebody who have the ability to do something. We have trained single mothers out there that have owned companies, they are owning restaurants, they are owning takeaways, and they are putting bread on the table for this child. And we know when the mother is empowered, when the father is empowered, that the father can build professionally, the father can be a carpenter professionally, that father can provide for the house. And we are surely that the next generation will tap into the dimension of university. So we are convinced that the model can work for us, and it can be replicated anywhere across. We have tried to bridge in the gap. How do we bridge in the gap? We are trying to fill the prevailing and the ideal, what was and what is, and we bring it together, and we want to see the product. I have tried to compile some piece of work, videos of our graduates that are really performing so well in the industry.
Hi, my name is Shiloya Manuel. I was a former student at HST in abbreviation, where I received my training in different areas of hospitality and customer service. These skills helped me secure an opportunity as a chef in the hospitality industry, and I'm currently employed at Tembela Safari Lodge by Namkuse. I would say if it wasn't for the skills and the practicals that the institution offered us, I don't think I could ever manage to secure such opportunities. In my training, I gained practical skills such as serving guests in a professional manner and preparing and cleaning guest rooms to meet high standards, handling guest booking and reservations. And then most importantly, the skill that we learned was the soft skills such as communication, teamwork, and problem solving. And I believe that is the most important skills that you need in the hospitality industry. I believe these skills are very valuable for youth in rural areas because hospitality goes beyond hotels. It helps build confidence, improve communication skills, and teaches the importance of service. Rural areas often have potential in tourism, local businesses, and community projects. And with hospitality skills, young people can create opportunities, attract visitors, and even start their own small enterprise. Short, hospitality training not only prepare us for jobs in hotels, but also equip us with life skills that make us more confident, employable, and ready to contribute to our community.
So what we are seeing from the video that I played is, this is a child, now a grown-up man, responsible, that was just running in the street of the village without anybody realizing that potential. Just because the person owns a grade 6, we think they cannot proceed. But if there's anybody, if we can apply this model, there's a very high possibility that we can reduce everything that is going on, the poverty life cycle that we are battling with as Namibia, the hopeless life we are living in the high rate of suicidal commitment that we are going through. It starts from when nobody is able to pick up such dreams. And I have also indicated that we have tried to be inclusive as much as we can. We are not just promoting those that are able, but we are also considering those that we term them as they are not able. And we have accommodated special children with hearing disabilities. We call them deaf. And they are doing quite very well. We have tried to include them in the program, not just because they are able to do, not just because they are able to do something, because they are Namibian citizens that have the right to education. And I have brought up a piece of work on that, and I will try to play it.
I'm a student at Hostel, that's Ongula in Hong State. I'm doing level 3 this year. I'm very proud, I'm very happy to be a student here. I started with the housekeeping, and then with my level 3, I passed my exams, I got my qualification, and I decided I'm not going to stop. I'm going to continue with something else. So I'm now specializing in chef, commercial cookery, and I'll be writing my exams in November. That will be my strand B, my final exam, commercial cookery. I'm super happy to be a student of Ongula Intern. When I started, it was a bit tough, but right now, I can say I have the skill, I have the knowledge, and I know many things. I started in 2023, and I will be graduated maybe this year or next year. But yeah, I'm currently doing my level 3, and I hope I would like to gain more knowledge. With the knowledge that I have, I feel like I'm still want to continue. But commercial cookery is a lot of things, but I can get to it. Yes. Thank you very much.
So that is how far and to what extent. That is how far and to what extent. When I speak about these people, I have them at my heart. And I understand them. And I understand the right these people have. And we thank NTA and any other collaboration that have came through to assist and just to make sure that program have came forth and it's working. On that basis, I just would like to bring it to attention that we have tried also to be inclusive, to include these San community people, and they are doing perfectly in the vicinities of Okongo, and we are very proud also just to partnership with them to ensure that their culture is perceived, and their culture is studied for and is documented. And we have a concept, I believe I still have some few minutes, perhaps 2 more slides to go. We have a concept that says, catch them before they fall. Because at the schools, we have the A students, the B students, the C and the Ds. But what we are saying is, before the D falls, let us introduce them to the system where they know, when I fall, I can always land on step on another step where I can rise up. And we have just introduced that program whereby we have the school kids, we take them in all around the communities of Ohangwena region. If you are probably interested to partnership with us, we are willing to walk with that journey with you. Let's catch them before they fall. And last but not least, I just would like to also encourage that this cultivation of capacity within this model, and let's just try to embrace it as much as we can. And what we have done is we have tried to commercialize the indigenous knowledge. We are producing ombike with standard made that we are selling now, and we are about to start importing it as far as Germany and France. The reason is because we want to perceive the culture of our people. Let us have the knowledge that is harvesting, that is earning for our people. Life is not just in the cities, but life is in the villages where our people live. And with that, we also have a program that empowers a girl child to go to school. Let us keep the dignity of a girl child. These are future president, future precious mothers. And we can do that by involving and interacting with the communities. We can proudly announce that we have seen the harvest, we have yielded from what we have planted, and we are continuing to harvest from what we are doing with all the partnership, with all the collaboration that we are sincerely and from the bottom of the heart we are appreciating, and we are shouting to NTA for working with us this journey and other collaborative partnerships. And with that, I just call each and everybody to action. Let us all act in this model. It can work for us. We can replicate it to other regions deep down in the rural areas. It doesn't mean that a computer lab can only be put up in a sophisticated set of model. You can put up computers within a well-set traditional hand. What is the difference? Students can still learn, it's still set up, it's still well maintained. We can start from the grassroots of our people. Let us not be the one to be reached by our people. Let us be the one to reach our people. And I'm sending out a call to all the stakeholders out there in the regulatory bodies and the government at large. We can do that. Other countries are doing it. We are producing employable people. This method is cost effective. What do you have to do? Why would I send a child to Windhoek where I have to go pay rent, transport money? I don't have a relative in Windhoek. But if this VTC or a technical academy is set up in the villages, why would a grandmother who is getting 1.6 from the government spend on another cost? If we can do these people to our people in Zambezi region, in Karas, and everywhere else. And with that, I thank you, and you are welcome to Angola. Thank you so much.
Wow, that was quite impressive. I think you can agree with me on that. Let's give another round of applause. Thank you, Ilya. Oh, Okay. Our apologies for that, sir. All right. So just back to Helia's presentation. As you can see, these are initiatives that are having a direct impact at community level. And the preservation of culture is very important, even in TVET. So I'm so glad that they're picking up on that as well. And I love the fact that they're developing their students from a holistic perspective. So that was quite nice to see. Thank you so much, Helia. I also like the fact that even when we talk about culture, people with disabilities also have a culture, and that you're cognizant of that part as well, and instilling that culture into the deaf community that you have at your center as well. So please, let's give them one last round of applause before we open the floor for questions. Awesome, awesome, very nice. Questions, colleagues? 2, 3. We have the first question there. Thank you, ma'am. I think it's not on. They're just quickly changing the mic. Oh, sorry, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Helia, for that details and wonderful. And people they have already described that is very, very impressive. But my name is Cornelia, and Poni Iambola, Okahao Town Mayor. So I'm also feeling proud in this conference because Helia is one of my learner. Kadila is one of my learner. The one that was demonstrating there that is impaired for speaking is also Cornelia. And I'm Cornelia. So I feel also good that have I learned for CrockNet that was just mentioned here by NTA, and also for what is this one? IUM is also going to set up an institution for VTA. So I'm very proud of you, Ilya, that just from the grassroots you are able to come up with that, and you have impressed this conference. So from here, I'm also going to follow your footsteps. So just thank you very much.
And thank you to the mayor for also supporting local initiatives, because without your help, this wouldn't be success, initiatives like this. So thank you also for that. Another question, colleagues? No questions. Wow. I think they were very impressed with you. Oh, we have one question there from Mr.
Mine is just a comment, and just to appreciate my sister there for the presentation. I would have said this also. It's just that I was the one next to Kayak. I think what you guys are doing is very, very important. And what we are saying is, the way you are training, that scope, those people, stay there. Don't move on to do now PhDs and master's degrees and what. Stay there. That community needs you in that level. And we must just build a system where they can now articulate to get there. And our problem is that we all want to offer all the PhDs. And in the end, we cannot cater for our people. Our system must talk to those people that are at that level and let them now articulate to get to higher. We cannot be whole higher institutions. We cannot be. And that I appreciate even for Kayak, because they want to stay there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Right. Thank you. We've got one more there.
Thank you. My name is Yodike Muyoro from Niche Training Academy, Walfish Bay. I just want to say, well done.
When we speak about the preservation of future generations, this is what we talk about. You literally gave me goosebumps out of my coral kop. And you filled me with so much inspiration. And if we can duplicate what you are doing there across our rural areas, right across our nation, preserving culture in the way that you are doing. So just imagine in the south, in the east, in the west, preservation pockets of culture, how this can impact and preserve our Namibian cultures as well. So job well done. I'd like to reach out to you from the Rural Women's Parliament so that we can see how this can actually be duplicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Last round of applause for Ilia. Right before I invite the next speaker, some of the participants were not back in the room yet, so we've got a closing ceremony tonight. And the organizers asked that we please indicate on this form who will be in attendance. So please, before you leave, this form will be available there at the table at the back as you exit this room. Please do write your details on this form. If your details are not here, you're not coming in the room tonight. That's unfortunately the case. I'm just joking. Don't look so serious, colleagues. But please take note that we need to be in this very same venue at 20 minutes past 5 if we want to attend the closing ceremony. That's just a kind request from the organizers. So this is what the form looks like. We are in adult education. Remember, I have to show you so that you can recognize, okay, this is the form that Fiona was talking about. Okay, so please do complete this before you go. And just another thing, remember the QR code that we've been talking about over the last 3 days. I hope and trust that you have completed the day 1 and 2 evaluations. Again, please, before you leave today's session, do give us your feedback. Without your feedback, we don't know if what we are doing is of quality. We can only measure that through the feedback that you provide to us. And then when we host events such as this in the near future again, we will use that feedback to improve or to continue doing what we've been doing if you tell us it was good. So we really do appreciate your feedback and you taking time to complete that little survey for us. Thank you. Right, that was the admin matters. Now moving on. Please allow me to introduce another extraordinary person. And he was actually our facilitator for day 2, and he kept everyone on their toes. You could see the fear on people's faces when he stood there next to them, telling them the time was up. Mr. Isak, please allow me to welcome you to the stage. And while you're making your way up here, let me just introduce him formally to you. So he is another formidable expert in TVET. He has led institutions like EVTC and now currently Valambola Vocational Training Center. And he's quite, he's not standing here next to me to tell me the time is up. Just a disclaimer. So in his roles at EVTC and VVTC, he was responsible for overseeing accreditation, infrastructure development, and industry partnerships. And it is because of these interventions that these two institutions are equally as successful as they are today. And I know he is continuing to build on that as we speak as well. So in terms of his qualifications, he's got an MBA, he's got 2 postgraduate diplomas, and mechanical engineering qualifications. In addition to this, he's also currently pursuing a Doctor of Business Administration at UNAM. So please allow me to welcome him formally. I would like to give a round of applause to Mr. Isak Nipashimwe. Nipashimwe. That's always a tongue twister. I tried practicing it last night, but yeah. Thank you, Mr. Isak. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, please. I don't want to clap for you today. I think it's the ones who presented yesterday with that you were pressing for time. They don't want to clap now. Just joking.
Okay. Thank you. I will perhaps take 10 minutes to 15. When I see you standing next to me, I will definitely know that I'm behind time. I just want to highlight that the presentation, not necessarily about Valombola VTC, but in general about production unit within VTCs. And I just want to highlight a few things that we are doing, what we have done, and where we are going as institutions, and what we see need to be done. I believe that all of us that are here, we believe that TVET is a cornerstone for skill development in Namibia. However, the VTC face products where trainees require real industry exposure, yet there are limited space in our society to accommodate these students to actually practice their trade and to practice what they have learned so that they become better people. The challenge is coupled with budget constraint everywhere, higher community expectations, and creative and sustainable solutions. This whole concern actually necessitated us to create production units across quite a number of TVET institutions across the country. And those that are new, I believe that they can learn from what we have done, and they can start also creating these production units. What is the why? Why did we create the production unit in general? What is the reason? What actually forced us as the institution to go that route? One of the critical point that we have taken into consideration is limited industry placement. Quite a number of students that are going through public VTCs and many other training providers might complete their studies without being exposed to industry experience. Probably they have not worked in an environment where they are practicing what they have learned. And this actually necessitated us to start a production where we practice implementing projects, innovations, and doing other work related to what they have learned so that they can probably practice what they have learned in class. Another activity that actually necessitated VTC to start production unit is the disruption of training activities, where a school within that particular region comes in and says, I have chairs that I need to be manufactured, please manufacture it for me. However, this machinery is meant to train this student. Now you have to probably use this machine during lunchtime, which is also not enough, so that you can cut the materials and probably bend and so forth so that you can manufacture these chairs and tables. Therefore, we realize that we are actually putting more pressure on these machineries, and many of them are breaking down one day or the other. Funding constraint is one of the issues and cut across everywhere. Of course, we needed some money to actually upgrade our institution, and this is one of the reasons that we can generate money so that we can upskill, probably 10% or so. Innovation gaps. You tend to realize that when someone is trained, they might focus on that. They might not have seen how to do things. But these production units allows a person to manufacture something that we don't even know. And many of the students are producing things that we didn't even expect them to produce, because a curriculum is tailor-made and you expect them not to go out of their context when they are learning. So, but when they are practicing in that area, you are expecting them to innovate and create some other products that we have never seen. Higher market demand. There is a demand, especially in Oshana region, where students are some sitting, especially learners in secondary schools, are also sitting on the ground. Some are sitting under the trees and they don't have furnitures. If they had furnitures, many of them are broken. So it is important for us, as we are teaching trainees, we also want to contribute to the society in terms of fixing their furnitures and so forth. Another issue that actually necessitated us we realized that there is weak entrepreneurial drive among TVET graduates. Their entrepreneurial intentions is quite low. And many of them have not seen business people coming from TVET so that they can also start their businesses. And this production unit are also a stage or a first step to incubate and turn these students into entrepreneurs. Dilapidated infrastructures. If you move around these countries, especially schools, you tend to agree with me, or you are likely to agree with me, that many of the schools, especially the ones that were built in the 80s, are getting old. They need to be fixed. Some waters are leaking because they are using galvanized pipes that are probably not performing quite well, and therefore we needed also to support the government and the community in terms of servicing and repairing this kind of products. Another point also, we also needed to train people in terms of short courses. You'll find that there are maintenance officers across different ministries, organizations that are maintaining, for example, chairs, but they don't know how to use portable tools. And this is a platform where we can train them and they can go and fix their things at their places. In terms of our circle, and I will not touch more on the circle, we initiate the project, or the partner initiate the project, and we assess. We provide an explanation, a bill of material, and also a quote to say, this is what you can do. This is where you can get the material, and this is how you can do it. And if they are satisfied, of course, we can now plan. They can give us an order, or perhaps they can buy the material and we just bring students to come and execute. And in terms of production, if they want product to be done, then of course we might also draw for them, design for them based on their specification, and we'll definitely produce. During that production, we are also training students, because in other words, it's a plumber or it's a welder whom was trained, and we are just trying to ensure that they are trained further so that they can relate to what they've learned in class or in a workshop to their real life. We also ensure that quality is there. The project coordinator and the foreman and trainers ensure that they monitor what these students are doing on a day-to-day basis. And they also provide further training so that they can ensure that they reach the targets. Deliver the product, hear the feedback, and then you close the project with a report on what transpires so that you actually avoid the pitfalls that probably have taken place for the next stage. The lesson that we have learned. You need to start small and scale it gradually. So you can begin with the workshops machineries to fix what your community is facing, if you are an institution, and you can generate few funds that you can procure machinery so that you can invest in this production unit. One thing that we also realize is that the production unit need to be independent. Otherwise, it will not work. Because if today you need a compactor and it's been used in training, and you need to compact outside your premises, the workshop will suffer, training will suffer. We also realize that you also need human capital. Human capital development is key because you need people that are specialized to monitor these students in all area or occupation that you train on. You also need support. Managers need to support those that are working. They need also to see what is happening. You also need discipline in terms of finance. You need to keep within your means. Budget must be there and must be maintained so that you can achieve either the profit or you can break even at that particular point. Capacity building. You also need to train your people how to use softwares, project management softwares. You need to market, you need to inform people what you are doing so they can come to your production unit. And lastly, you need to be patient. If you're not patient, at the end of the day, you might end up rushing things and you make mistakes. The value. Production unit actually enhance skills through stand on experience. It provides practical training. And I'll demonstrate the pictures why it give practical training to students. It also improve the mindset when it comes to entrepreneurship and innovation. Because by doing so, you tend to realize that students will see gaps, what community are experiencing. I want to tell you that many of the students that we have started the production unit when I was at Inanna, today they are doing well. They are doing quite well. And also we want to community empowerment, to support local businesses, to support local projects that are there, so that our people are living in a habitable environment, whether it's a school, whether it's a clinic, whether it's a village. Through production unit, we'll be able to help, because those students that we are training through that, they are going to contribute to the community where they are coming from. Income generations. There are quite a number of VTCs, Zambezi VTC for example. If you look at it, they've built their own hotel, their double story, through production unit, for those that have been in Zambezi. Okakarara VTC for example, they built their own kitchen, if you have been there. Rundu, the same thing. And Valombola, the same thing. So again, this production unit also bring in income that will supplement what the government is providing. Infrastructure development. Production unit also improves infrastructure development within the region and across the country. And through that, it also improves the sender's image in terms of what we can offer. Even though our mandate is training, we also want to create what we call an innovation hub. And we can only do that through practicing. And it also improves the quality of students in terms of what we are providing. There are people that do not want to consume what they are producing. And with a production unit, we are consuming what we are producing. And if it's of a poor quality, we will know our training is not really at the standard where we need to be. Our experience, we actually managed to integrate our trainee learning with community services. We taught them and we send them back to the community to serve and ensure that their material, equipments, buildings are serviced. We also increased employment readiness of these graduates, meaning that once they've worked on a project and you give them another project, they are likely to perform better than the one that is coming from a classroom straight. We also have now created this production unit actually to serve the sender. Many of the senders, as I've indicated here, have benefited when they have actually received this income. They've bought equipment, they've bought chairs. In Zambezi, if I can recall very well, even bought cars. For Inanna, Valombola, we have bought equipment just to supplement what the government is providing. Fed income, I think I've said it. And of course, it also brings us to innovate better. Even though not to the highest scale, it's something that we can rely on and improve on. In conclusion, production unit is not only a revenue engine, it's also a strategic enabler. It allows us to develop skills. It allows us to insert entrepreneurial intention in the mind of students. It allows us to empower communities. And it allows us to sustain ourselves in the next few years. If it's done correctly, you can obtain 10 to 15 to 20, 25 of your income. And of course, you can get subsidy from the government. And the VTC experience demonstrates that with commitment, innovation, and integrity, production unit can transform centers into community-driven center of excellence. And I want to leave you with these words. The future of vocational training lies not only in teaching occupation, but in producing graduates who can innovate, create, and sustain themselves while serving the society. So in other words, we must ensure that these people that we are producing are reaching the target. To cement what I've said here, you are in Swakopmund. Is there anybody that can recognize that building? If you didn't move around, please move around. Now, this building is in Swakopmund, just near Aquarium that side. And the picture that's on top are indication how the building was. Of course, there are touches. And the picture that are down are how the building is or was after we touched it. These are students through production unit. This is a nursery in Opuo. They wanted to plant some Ministry of Agriculture. They wanted to plant there, and it's done by students. Within 3 weeks, 2 weeks, they are done. It's a school. It's a 70-something school. It was built in 1970-something. And the walls were bought. It was in a dilapidating state. And at the bottom, they've removed the boards, they put walls. They also renovated the toilet, put new toilets, and they repainted and they did everything. This is what we talk about production unit. During COVID, we realized that sanitation in Namibia is not that good. And the ministry through National Planning Commission came through, and this student, through production unit, managed to construct ablution facility across the country. Across the country. And this is an example of one of them. Some of them across the country, in many of the region. This one again is a demonstration. It's a kitchen of, again, 80s. It's a fed trap that has been probably blocked. Spoons were there. I think Mr. Kambinda can agree with me. Spoons were there in that fed trap, if you look at the first picture. And those are the showers on the other side. Now, the picture on at the bottom reflects what the student can do. Now, and if you look at the picture at the bottom, the tiles, you can see that you will not be able to find those tiles in the market. What did this student do? They got new tiles that reflect the other one, but it also creates a kind of design. Because the one that were there, you will not find them. And this is the new shower that you look at. And these are students that we have taught. Sometimes we say they don't have skills, it's about guidance. Provide guidance to them and they will perform better. Again, you can see that there's a problem there. There is a problem on that wall. And when you look down there, that's the new wall with even a geyser. These are students that we are teaching, and through production, you can do it. Again, it's a bar, recreation facility. Those days they have used wood, but sometimes wood is not sustainable because it will get old. Instead of using wood, you do it back using wall, and you take tiles that can sustain you for so many years. This is what production unit can do. For those that knows this place or have been there, they will tell you where is that place. Again, you can see the infrastructure, how it is, and you can see the outcome from where they are coming from, how they found it, and how they turned it into. Of course, using rhino board, some will say rhino board are not good, but we are returning it back to the state where it was. Through production, you can do it. A school, you are teaching science, you don't have a lab. Down there, you can see there was no taps. The tiles, everything was worn. When you look at the picture at the bottom, you can even see that there are taps there. The one like medical tape that you can hit with your knee or whatever it is. And you can see the teacher also have a tape at his table. On the first picture, you can see what production unit can do. Lastly, chairs are things that we do on a daily basis. Ladies and gentlemen, I end here. And I just want to tell you that There will be no questions because the pictures are evident in that lines. I submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isak. That was an awesome presentation. In the business world, we speak of return on investment. So this would definitely be one of the ways where we can see a positive return on investments when we start producing these production units and to support our operations at our VTCs, but also using it as duplicators because we want best practices coming from our own country and not always using examples from other countries, despite us having used them and also learned our lessons from that. But this is a very good example, Mr. Isak, and let's give him another round of applause. Awesome, awesome. Any questions? He said no questions, just comments, but he's Mr. Wallace. Oh, sorry, sir. Okay. Mr. Shinde and then Mr. Wallace. Yeah.
All right, super. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I really want to applaud you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him another round of applause. Why I requested the audience to give you another round of applause, many years ago, I also used to head an institution. And there are hurdles in heading institutions, particularly when you want to introduce these production units. Challenges which you get from your own instructors, lecturers, who want also to be paid because they see money coming in, they are on a salary, but they are saying this is production unit. I want you to comment on that. Secondly, you have regulations or restrictions which tell you that this institution is for training. And what you now want to do is outside training. These are regulations which made me fail with honors, because I also wanted to do what you are showing us here. So probably you can tell us some of the tricks of the trade, how you managed to navigate through this one from your internal staff in terms of their support, because at times some of your lecturers or instructors are the biggest hurdle, because they'll tell you, no, we have just come here to teach. When we finish teaching our students, we go home. And when you are now giving them additional work to do, how do you navigate it? You're showing us pictures where they are now doing work outside the premises. How did you manage that? Things about insurance and all these things. Please share with me some of your secrets. Thank you.
Do we have another question? We have one there at the back, and then we had one here earlier.
Mr. Nipashimwe, to use a business term, a black swan has just moved into your production units. 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister and two ministers, Health and Education, came to the NTA and asked us, and this was reported in the newspapers as well, asked the NTA to help with the restoration, maintenance, and building of clinics and schools and so on. He came specifically for that one goal. And this is something that has now come that is going to change your production units into bigger production units. You guys should have been sitting together already by now, planning how you're going to do this. Because this is not going to be a small task. It's not going to be business as usual. Remember, that's the theme of government. It's not business as usual anymore. So I think and it's not a question, you don't have to respond to it or anything, but it's just to say to you that this production unit, and I like it very much. I mean, particularly the one at Zambezi, I mean, they're producing a lot of, they are supplementing the income, and also in terms of free education. You know, you need new sources of income, and this is an opportunity now for the vocational training. And it's not just state. I think also private VTCs, you can also get into this bandwagon, because it is a big task to repair and maintain these clinics and schools and repair their furniture and so on. So please get yourself ready, because you're going to be expected to produce.
Thank you, sir. We had another question there at the back, and then we'll allow Mr. Isak to answer.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Speaking is John Viakondo, Head of Training from Okakarara VTC. My voice has been affected because of this weather. It's a bit too cold for me. I'm a Himba man. So I'm just waiting for this event to finish and run back to my hot temperature so that I can sustain. Let me just come back to my comment. It's actually not a question to you, Comrade Isaac. I was just listening to this thing since it was started because I joined it yesterday. And a lot of blames were coming up from a lot of presenters. And some of them had a lot of questions that maybe is another occasion that need to be organized for the answers to be provided, or maybe the answers will be provided through other medias that I'm still waiting. And there is a lot of people that are heading some institutions, decision makers that are also here. But sometimes we would like to blame the system, but the system was created by us. There is a lot of head of institutions that are seated around here. There is a mistakes that we are seeing within our system of TVET, but for them to be rectified, some of them are saying, no, the policy does not say that. That misalignment of that subject must be rectified after 3 years. Misalignment of a subject that you are teaching a TVET person must be rectified after 3 years. And I know some of you, most of you here, that the moment if your husband or your wife make a mistake in a house, yesterday, within 30 minutes, if there is no apology, divorce is there. In 30 minutes, if there is no apology that came out, even apology with a gift, then the divorce is there. But if there is a mistake within a system that is you are going to apply it to the Namibian child, must be rectified after 3 years. What is the damage that we are going to cause within that period of 3 years? And it is not, let us not blame the system sometimes. It's us, head of institutions, that we fail to take decisions. We are so reluctant when it comes to those decisions. And then we are relying on, no, the policy said what? The policy said this. Within production unit, as one of the arm that have to make money, they are struggling with the procurement process, which is a problem within the system. But it's not been rectified up to now. But when the Prime Minister stood up and said, no, all the tenders must be given to OVDC, is there any policy that have changed that came here in writing? Nothing. But we are now still following that statement. And we are still going to quote it. Now, the Prime Minister have said this, but they've got nothing have changed within procurement policy for us to start following it. I so submit.
Thank you, Mr. Viakondo. So we'll now allow time for Mr. Isak to answer the questions and comments and additions.
Thank you, Mr. Shindi. In terms of leadership, there are many ways how you can direct and lead your people. The first thing that comes to one's mind is change of culture. Culture is one of the cornerstone of how the organization will perform. First, you need to ensure that people understand what you are doing as an institution. Where are you going? Where are you coming from? Where are you heading to? Once you clarify all that, money becomes secondary. Once they buy in that idea to say, yes, it can work, and it can benefit me, it can build my image, they will definitely come forward. And this is basically what we have done. So once people understand that we are trying to save why we are here, we are also trying to move away a little bit from our normal way of doing things. People start to understand. And we use these trainers to ensure that they provide these skills, they monitor, and they also learn. Because if you stay at one point, I believe you might end up becoming redundant at some point. So for them to see this project, to see what is happening, they are also learning and they will be able to teach these students. We try to balance that equation in terms of them understanding and knowing, and also ensuring that it's your student, you taught them. You want also to see how they are performing so that you can go out there and say, look, I've taught many people, they can produce. And that is the reason how we have actually managed. Once you change the mind, once you convince someone to say this is the direction and the benefits that come with it, they will definitely buy in. And that is basically what happened. And that is the reason why it have actually worked. Yes, of course, there are challenges. And these challenges ties to my brother Viakondo there. Yes, our mandate is to train. But again, our mandate is also to innovate. How do you innovate if you are not doing it to the real things? If you are just there standing there doing some maybe prototype, you must do real things so that people can see that you are teaching these students real things and they should be able to perform when they go in the industry. Well, there is no project or any aspect that doesn't have challenges. And those are some of the challenges in terms of procurement, how you register it and so forth. And I believe that those one we are addressing it with right platforms and right channels. Yes, we are ready, Mr. Orifil, and we will definitely provide answers in a short period of time. We have done it before, and we are going to improve on what we have done to actually fulfill the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I so submit.
Thank you. Thank you. Was there one more question? Oh, my apologies. Mr. Isaac, we had one more question. Oh, clapping. Okay, she's clapping. Yes, Mr. Ango. Just hang on a minute for us, otherwise the audience online can also not hear what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking that since there is that one big volume call from the state, I know I'm happy that our leaders have already directed that planning be done, because there will be smaller institutions and bigger institutions. I know bigger institutions might have the capacity to take on projects as they are, because they have all the trades needed to take on the projects. I'm just suggesting to say I think the idea of joint venture and hubs is the way to go. I'm just suggesting it to those that are going to engage into this kind of planning so that nobody is left out in this game.
Thank you, sir. Right. Thank you, Mr. Isaac.
Thank you. I think it's an advice, but just to add on that, planning in a similar format as you have said, Mr. Hango, have already started, and the direction that you have put it is exactly how the leadership of the NTA have taken it. So as we have promised that by next week you have a bit of a formula or an action plan on how this project will be approached.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again. All right, the last round of
if there is any other questions, please, you can engage me on the other side.
Yes, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Last round of applause for Mr. Isaac. Thank you. Okay, just before I invite the next speaker, just a correction on the announcement that was made earlier. The closing ceremony is on Saturday. So please don't come tonight because you won't find anyone here. But you can RSVP, and you must RSVP today. Okay, so it's Saturday. Please make your way to the venue on Saturday before 17:20, 20 minutes past 5. Right, for those of us who will still be here that time. Thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are actually a little bit ahead of the program, but that's a good thing. Okay, so it means we're well on track. We're very disciplined today with time, so it's a good thing. Right. So our next speaker, and this is a special slot that was allocated to the Erongo Regional Council. We can't be in their region and not have a slot also on day 3 for them. So it just feels right to also give them an honorary place within the program for today. So we have Mr. Sylvester Mobila, the Deputy Director of Planning at the Erongo Regional Council, and he will be coming to do a presentation on regional perspectives from the Erongo Regional Council. Mr. Mobila? Okay, he is in the room. And then thereafter, we'll do a quick recap before concluding for the day. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mobila. Welcome. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Mobila. Thank you, sir.
All right. Good afternoon. Are we all right? Okay, thank you. I believe you have been nicely welcomed to our region. I think the name that you see there is for Dr. Sam Telamo, who's the Chief Regional Officer. It's whose presentation I'm going to give in his stead. And fortunately or unfortunately, he's not around with us, but we can still do what we need to do. Thank you very much, and welcome to Erongo once again. What we are going to be looking at are a few things, really just trying to put perspective to what is it that Erongo offers within the fraternity of what we can actually give and ensure that the skills that we develop are actually the skills that are tailored to some of our environments in this country. Maybe one of the things that are really just good to highlight for us, it may not necessarily be the synergy between skill and anything, but really just to give you the opportunities that exist, especially where you find yourself. Because as you know, Erongo region actually offers one of the critical economic fundamentals of this country. Hence, we then, if we are concerned about skills development, then those skills must be tailored to the industries that we drive. What are the critical nodes in our economy that we are actually looking at? So probably if then you would observe on the screen, this is just prelude, giving us exactly where we are found, connecting us exactly to probably one of the critical aspects. For example, if we talk of, you would observe we're on the shoreline. Already being on the shoreline brings certain advantages, and the skills sector or the skill development fraternity that need to develop our skills in that fashion or in that line need to recognize that there are opportunities that come with that particular comparative and competitive advantage. We are the second most urbanized region in the country. You would find that it's no longer 87%, but 90%. We just had our census regional profile launched the day before yesterday. So it's 90% of our population live within urban areas. And there are advantages, there are disadvantages. Our skills has transitioned. So whatsoever then we need to provide to the space within our evolving Namibian landscape in terms of our population, then needs to speak exactly to what are the needs of the urban population. If then, for example, under carpentry, you would offer certain offerings that speak to what the people in the rural areas would need, is it the same product that the people in the urban areas would need? So it is very important to actually build the correlation between what would be the requirements of these particular people in a different environment. Our population size becomes very key to actually indicate, to say what is the market niche that you would have? 240,206 people as per 2023 census, compared to 150,000 that we had in 2011. If you contrast that and you look at the growth of the population, you would find that we are the second highest region that has grown significantly in terms of population since 2011. Then meaning to say we are attracting or pulling much more people to our end. And all of these figures are mainly attributed to migration. If you look at the migration patterns, we are pulling from all the corners of the country. Meaning then if we are to have a repository of skill, especially within our space or in our region, then it needs to factor in how that skill responds to the different needs of different people, different populations that are coming to this area. Our growth rate, maybe just for interest sake, stands at 59.3, and the highest one is 59.9, if I'm not mistaken, is one of the Kavango regions. And then the region is accessible by air, just to indicate to say, if you are actually to train, we are going beyond only vocational and maybe certain skill limited set, but then recognizing other adjacent offerings within our skill set. Hence then we need to know that there's a sea in this region. We have a shoreline, we have a sea, so which means the transport modes. If then we are to train mechanics, for example, auto mechanics, how do we ensure that we still have got the skill set that can attend to the ships that come to our harbor or to our borders? So which means it becomes very key for us to know that it presents another dimension more than motor mechanics, because this might not be motor, but what is it? And where can we actually respond in the need of the evolving economy? So we are a conduit for national, regional, and international trade. What does that entail for this sector that is actually driving skill development? And we are just really just indicating that we are media friendly, meaning wheresoever, even if you move from here, you can access the information from this end. All right. The attractions that we have here includes as you know, Erongo is actually rich in scenic sites where you can actually have a whole lot of tourism investments. Hence, the dune belt that we have, the moon landscape, as well as the unique Erongo Mountains, for example. So then if we are talking of tour guiding as a skill that we need to look at, then you know that there's an opportunity that exists somewhere else, and particularly in our country. The Brandberg Mountain, for example, is a candidate for World Heritage status, meaning once that is declared as a World Heritage status or a World Heritage site, then it means we need to inject some skill that should come and manage that particular kind of situation that has happened, either in terms of the people that would be working there, in terms of the tour guiding and so forth. And then opportunities that exist further is in the areas of fish processing, mining, and the mining is in various forms. You get resources like lead, you get resources like zinc, tin, large deposits of uranium, large deposits of copper, large deposits of, for example, maybe others would have seen, there are around 66,000 tons that have been reported in the media recently of gold that have been discovered in our region. Meaning, then the skills that we are looking at developing, how do they respond to the emerging market that is within reach. And then we have a whole lot, as you can see, in terms of the mineral deposits extracted from pegmatite deposits that we have. And then within, that is for those that may not probably know how Erongo looks like, it's just to indicate to you that within this area, we have 7 constituencies as depicted by different colors. And within those 7 constituencies, we have 7 local authorities, of which 3 are town councils or towns, 4 are municipalities. So then you can understand when we say highly urbanized, and then 4 settlements and 1 growth point within our space. The governance structure, as you know, that is our governor, and like any other region, we have the regional council, which has got the councillors and everybody else, and including the local authorities. So the functions of the regional council and tying it to what it is that we do in terms of supporting your sector that is within the skill development is really recognizing the regional planning and development. So if we plan, but also in cognizance of how do we develop our region, but beyond just developing our region in the conventional development setting, is also recognizing skills development becoming key. Within our region, for example, you will notice we have the NIMTs. I think they are supposed to be here. Somebody from NIMT, somebody from COSTECH or COSTEF. We have all of those entities that are already within the space of vocational training and development. We, as a regional council, has as well or have a local authority oversight that we perform on our local authorities. We provide services that are broad-based. As you know, we are still government, but sub-national government. Community empowerment in terms of promoting community participation in decision-making processes and implementing the plans that the country has. Hence, we leverage on investment. Even the skill conference that you have actually brought here, which is the competition, but in itself, we leverage to attract. That's why we are here, to actually tell you what is it that we offer. What is it that is within our environment, so that we can leverage from your offering, and you can see Erongo as a destination where you can actually plant some of these ideas that you would have. We have a thriving fishing and processing industry. Manufacturing is one of the key activities that we have here. Is actually by large the biggest economic attraction that we have, because we are adding value to our fish resources that we are actually tapping from our waters. Meaning, if then we are looking at skill development, how then do we look at ensuring that the people that we inject in the market can help with the processing of our fish products that we are producing in the country. Tourism expansion, I have spoken to that. Renewable energy, you know of the green hydrogens. For those that follow the news, you would have seen we have a plant, and we have the green hydrogen village, which is in Daures constituency. All of these are offerings or are entities or are industries that are emerging, requiring a different skill set, different from the traditional one that we probably have been offering, expanding onto our emerging markets. Agriculture in this case, especially in terms of our region, mainly is in the area of livestock farming. Crop production, if you visit our green hydrogen village, you would see how much of the tomato seedlings and other seedlings of different kinds that are being produced there using the green ammonia, which is very good for crop production. So these are some of the investments that we invite the conference to consider. Mining, I've already spoken to. Real estate, I have already spoken to. Migration that is high here. Meaning, if we are to invest in real estate, housing becomes a very critical need for this area. If then this conference speaks to construction as a key contributor to the development of this economy, then we are talking in the areas of housing. But more than the areas of housing, the areas of road construction as well, the areas of water provision, which includes your plumbing and your many other trades that we are speaking to. Transport and logistics, where we are talking of transport logistics being, for example, you would realize Namibia has positioned itself to be the transport hub or the logistics hub in SADC. And we have attracted quite a lot of other countries to join us on that. And by large, we are doing much, and we are actually competing against bigger economies like South Africa and so forth. But we have managed to reroute quite a number of those that would be participating in other economies to participate with us by providing dry ports. And what are the skills that are actually required to manage a dry port? These are the many areas that can relate to this industry. And then the recreational activities. As you would go around, you would see a lot of attractions, especially within Swakopmund as a town. If you go beyond in the region, even massive, meaning skills development to empower our people to be able to take care of these offerings become very critical. Having said that, we invite you and invite the conference to consider some of the offerings that Erongo has to offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mubila, for that insightful presentation. So the Erongo region has a lot to offer. But as TVED, are we ready to respond to the needs? That's probably the question that we need to ask ourselves. Well, I know we've got a few questions for Mr. Mubila, so I'll open the floor. We'll invite at least 5 maximum questions before we go into the recap. We've got one here, we've got one there. The mic is coming.
Thank you. It's quite a lucrative presentation. A lot of sectors were touched there. But please don't shoot me. I feel Namibians, we lack the heartbeat. We lack humanity. We lack, like you already presented the Erongo region is such a beautiful hub that can attract a lot of people for the purpose of humanity also. But I see throughout this presentation, I saw that there is lack of culture in arts, in music. These are things that in Cape Town, for instance, is attracting a huge number of people coming to see the real culture, the people's heartbeat, the feeling of what Cape Town can offer. It won't go wrong. It will even be another investment if Erongo can host a very big music festival. Call it maybe Erongo Music Festival or Swakopmund Jazz Festival. Can the town council think in that way so that we can also, the people can feel our music? Because we are exposed too much to Amapianos and what. I'm talking out of own experience. I start to feel we are lacking the heartbeat of being true Namibians. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We had another question this side. We'll allow 3 questions, and then we'll allow Mr. Mubila to answer those questions or comments that you've posed.
Mine is just a comment for the comrade to take to the authorities. That I think it's time that TVET get at least a mine and some quotas of fish. Yeah, so we yeah, we can manage for practical. Yeah, no Chinese, no Australian, just TVET. Thank you.
So basically you're asking that the needs of the Namibians be prioritized in these critical sectors and what they stand to offer. All right, thank you, Mr. Ango. We have another question over there.
Thank you. It seems Erongo is very positioned for industrial growth based on the number of minerals which are there. So my question is, what's the policy on Erongo in terms of developing industries? Because we believe like all these minerals, they're literally being exported as raw, and Erongo can benefit in having actual industrialization and benefiting like the country. Like for example, if you look at Her Excellency, the President's speech in terms of value addition in terms of minerals, what's the region, like Erongo Regional Council's position on that? And in developing initiation to the economy and also creating various industries. Like example, there's lithium. We're looking at situations where we can literally start processing this lithium into batteries, into various EV systems, the copper, like developing copper cables, you know, copper systems, conductors, and also a whole lot of industries based on zinc and all these other minerals. Like for example, we've got uranium. Why can't we have a nuclear power plant? Why can't we be processing these same uranium into fuel rods so that we can export the actual fuel rods to various countries? And I believe, what's the position with the Erongo region on that? Can they support, especially with the youth and Gen Z category? Because that's the largest population base in the region right now. And what's their future going to be like? And also with TVET, and what type of programs are we looking at? Because we cannot just be developing extraction. What about the processes? And how is Erongo Regional Council going to support that in terms of, you know, beneficiation and development?
Thank you very much. Right, Mr. You want to respond to those ones?
All right, thank you very much. Just to recognize a few questions, some of which were comments. The first one is culture and music. How do we ensure that we promote culture and music within our region? If you probably may be privy to the NDP 6, that the National Development Plan 6, it highlights the need for us to develop the creative industries. And the creative industries that are being developed does not leave out the components of art and music. Actually, that is the main gist of the creative industries. So within the different institutional plans that have been developed, especially for Erongo, 2 weeks ago, the Erongo Regional Council launched its strategic plan, recognizing the need to actually respond in the area of creative industries, promoting much what would be, for example, cultural tourism, sport tourism. Many of those initiatives are actually embedded within that strategy, and for which we are actually certain that other institutions that are to follow, for example, the local authorities who will be launching their strategic plans as well soon. For example, Swakopmund Municipality, Walvis Bay Municipality have that component. Why? Because culture and art forms part of what attracts tourism also to our area. So it is part of the enticements that we have as contributors to the economy, not only just performing it, but so that it can actually be an employment stream for many. So that is what we are doing. So in our region, we are prioritizing that much more. I think I have done justice to that. The second one is TVET, the fishing quotas being given to TVET. Is my brother still there? All right. we take note, but then I cannot actually, TVET probably maybe to be considered to say is not separate from the education space. Education still benefits from the larger chunk of the national budget. And the national budget is getting from the cake that Erongo is already pushing through in terms of now the revenue that is being generated from these things. So it's not that maybe it is not already doing that, but of course that is another dimension. Probably maybe may not be, I may not have appetite to engage as far as speaking about the fishing quotas. Maybe the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources might be much more qualified to elaborate on how they actually would allocate such. But of course, we are limited to speak in that space. All right, policy on value addition in terms of the position of how do we position ourselves to ensure that we develop value for the products that we have, especially from the mining industry. And how does it speak to the question also tries to find out. We cannot develop skills for which we do not know what is the skill that we are developing, for whom and for what. And for us, my task was really just to indicate to you that our space is like this. Hence, therefore, it is upon you to recognize and realize to say, the skill that can best respond to this particular need of the population is actually this skill. For example, if we say we have gold, if we have gold, what are the derivatives of the products, the byproducts of gold? Then the skill development sector need to see then to how do we then respond, because this is the raw material that we can give, but then to add value to it becomes now your part of what you must have appetite for. But in terms of the governance, we provide the governance because that is our role. We govern, we plan, we coordinate, and we implement socio-economic activities in the region. Hence, with that broad mandate in terms of governance, we are open to creating enabling environment for all sectors to thrive, also recognizing the need for value addition, for which we have already done, especially massively in the fishing industry. As you would see, many of the tinned fish that you would see around, they are actually made at our port, or in Walvish Bay, for example. So, like that, if you see, for example, in our mines, maybe one thing I need to indicate. For example, in Namibia, we have 26 commercial mines, of which 9 are actually in the Erongo region. 9 of those with a very high volume. Now, with those, for example, and you look at their ownership, you would realize they are actually, if you say who owns Rossing, if I ask who owns Rossing, who owns Langer Heinrich uranium mine, you would find that it is owned by different people, but not by government. But does government have a stake? If it has a stake, but yes. But in the area of value addition, then to what extent do we influence these owners to actually have a production or processing value addition plants here? If you go to Rossing, for example, they already add value to the uranium, which means what we ship out is uranium oxide. But are we doing the same to lithium? Probably not. But then what can we do? Probably that is a question not only for Erongo Regional Council, but for the nation at large, even including the enlightened sector, which is actually yourselves. So that then I submit to you in that order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Mabila. Thank you, sir. Right, so when you arrive, thank you, sir. Thank you. Last round of applause. Remember, we are their guests, so we have to respect them as well. Right. As I was just about to say, when we come into Swakopmund, you remember that last hill that you have to pass before you see the sea? We're there now, okay, in terms of the program. We're almost reaching the final destination. So just allow me to make a quick announcement. You're probably wondering, where do we get all the presentations that were done over the last 3 days? Well, these you can access when you go onto the World Skills Namibia website. You'll see a little tab called Downloads, and under Downloads, you'll see another little tab called NSCS 2025, and if you don't remember, you can take a picture of the letters NSCS 2025. So that's what the tab is called, and then you'll click on Conference. So that is where you will find all the presentations that were done from day 1 up to day 3. Thank you, colleagues. So from my side, I only have a quick recap, and then I'll be signing off and handing over to Mr. Tobias Nambala, who will be taking us further, and we will be concluding the program soon. So for today's theme, as you can recall, we talked about building capacity and enhancing inclusion. We spoke about quality, excellence, capacity building, and responding to diverse needs while still promoting inclusive practices across all trades, including agriculture. The aspect of quality assurance, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship was also central themes stemming from today's session. In addition to this, there's also need for research to come into alignment with practice. So you've seen the data, we have lots and lots of data available, but we need this data to become relevant in the aspect of practice within our field. Furthermore, there's also need for us to have flexible, diversified learning pathways to suit the diverse needs of our students, including those who are marginalized and students with disabilities. We've also seen that through the presentations that was done today, that there's a need to standardize our TVET teaching practice. And this can only be done through standardized teaching standards that's aligned to the needs of industry too. And of course, we cannot stop today's session without reiterating the aspect of CPD, continuous professional development. This is critical if we want to maintain the standards of TVET quality, excellence in our daily lives, in our workshops, in whatever we do. You remember, the practice doesn't stop with you. It goes wherever that student is going, that practice is following, that excellence is following. So let us continue to instill a culture of lifelong learning, continuous professional development. But again, we need these to be recognized. We need these to be formal so that they also have value to us all within the sector. Then lastly, we spoke about the value chain, and production units is central to this. There is a business element to TVET as well. And if we're speaking about entrepreneurship, we can't go without talking about production units. We have to practice what we preach, and this can only be done through production units. I would like to conclude by saying that through today's sessions, we can also ask ourselves and do a little self-reflection when we go back if what I'm doing is still relevant and current, and does it add value to my students, to my professionals within the TVET sector? And if not, it's time to reform. Thank you. All right. Mr. Tobias Nambala, I would like to hand over to you. This is the part where I officially sign off. And like Mr. Isak said yesterday, I would like to thank myself also before for the great job that was done today. And I would like to thank you as an audience, because without you, I couldn't have done this. You really made it very engaging, very insightful, and we had very good questions and comments coming from the audience. So thank you very much too. All right.
it was a long day, and I'm very impressed that we are still here. And we are even looking very energetic. It's like we are ready for another 3 more days. Yes. All right. We are really nearing the conclusion of our proceedings for the day and for the week in terms of the conference. So we have 1 or 2 more issues to do, housekeeping issues, and then we close off. When we went for lunch, I realized that we every day we get new people joining us. So some that didn't join us yesterday, they joined us today. Some joined us this afternoon. Some joined us an hour ago. So I felt it's very important for us to just do a quick recap of what we did and what we discussed over the period of 3 days. On the first day, we really looked at the relevance of TVET funding. We look at if we are still doing the same thing that we have been doing 20 years ago. I think those questions were prominent in the discussion. We looked at issues of what are we doing to address issues of unemployment, and as we are saying that TVET is the future, TVET is the answer to unemployment. What and how are we doing to do that? Those are the issues that we discussed. We also discussed issues of inclusive lesson designing. We looked at Moodle and universal designing learning. So nice technology was shown on the screens. Presenters came through to show us and showcase what we can do with technology. We looked at technology and training by using digital tools, e-learning, and what opportunities that they bring. We also looked at the infrastructure gaps that remain as a barrier at various training providers that we have in the country. We looked at blended and practical assessment. I think various presenters came through as well, indicating that not all courses can go fully digital. And I think we were left with, of course, some ideas to ponder and think about it, to say how can we make all courses digital, because we believe that there is no room for impossibilities. We also discussed policy and emerging trends, the need to centralize coordination, address gaps, and content creation. I think somebody was talking about, what do we call it, chat box, or what is this? Chat GPT, and someone was talking about that thing that is doing videos and, what is this thing? No, that thing on the phone. TikTok, yeah. You see, it was coming from this angle. We were told how people are teaching on TikTok and all that thing, yes. So, and then of course, virtual realities and simulations. So the first day was really packed. And the second day looked at the governance and structures of how TVET is being delivered. We had participants that were really passionate about the governance structure of TVET. Questions, of course, have came through on who is watching the watcher. If you are doing quality assurance, who is quality assuring you? I think those are all the food for thought. We have definitely taken note of those things, and most of the questions that were asked on NTA, what does NTA do, and. Of course, some of the questions we didn't really raise up to create a different dialogue, but most definitely these are issues that came out of the conference that we have taken great note of, and then we will definitely address those things. The other issue is on evaluation and monitoring that was discussed. Questions on continuous assessment and how that is being shaped in the TVET sector, curriculum and global relevance. The discussion was really on how is our curriculum relevant to the future, and also how is it compatible to the region and the world at large. We were also informed that you must be able to train people that should be able to work outside Namibia in the TVET sector. Another issue was programs that are appealing to the young people. Policy must be framed in a manner in which it appeals to the young people and make TVET sexy. I think those were the words that were said. Mr. Kambinda, of course, is a pastor, but he can speak, like that. Yeah. Thank you from the agriculture sector. Impact and inclusion on what is the impact that our training has. Entrepreneurship was also another issue that we discussed, to ensure that we don't train people for employment. We must train them to be able to create employment in the TVET sector. Innovation and research is also another issue that we discussed over the course of yesterday. We have really looked at how can we come up with programs that can make people to think outside the box and inside the box, because sometimes you want to think outside the box when there is nothing happening in the box. And the other issue we discussed is private sector partnership. We also looked at that, and I think questions came up on job attachment, and I think we had someone from the industry. I can make mention of Kratz Marine. They were here. They were passionate about how to integrate their APs to training providers and RPL, especially in areas of rigging and other issues. So we had that conversation, skills development. Yesterday we were informed how the TVET sector is lacking the soft skills. And I think that is really something that we can look at, especially those that are responsible for curriculum designing. I'm looking at one there. Yes, thank you, Mr. Hango, for pointing her out. All right, on day 3, which is today, we discussed issues of qualified educators. We looked at the technical skills. It came out of a presentation, I think, of one of the presenters. I cannot recall exactly, but I would like to think it's Dr. Kadila, that just because you know something, it does not mean that you can teach something. So that is very, very critical also. And then there was an issue of also technical skills alone is not enough. Teaching competencies also matters. So these are the good lessons that we learned. Capacity building, it came out strongly. I'm not remembering the word that was used, but it is bordering around someone is failing to capacitate someone. So I think that was said that NTA is failing to capacitate the training providers or the trainers. So I would like to think that, I think that message is for all of us in this room, providers and NTA together. Let's find a way how to capacitate, but that we discussed. Ability to evolve with changing industry needs was also discussed. And then we looked at inclusivity. There was a presentation on the inclusivity on people, differently abled people and marginalized communities. And I think it was stressed that for you to, I think a comment from the back, for you to properly train people who are from the sector of marginalized, it's very important for you to ensure that you have all the resources. Number one is the hostel. So I think the good thing is we also have the Honorable Mayor here, who obviously sits with the other mayors. We have the board member of the NTA. We have the task force that's responsible for the transformation of our VTPs into TVET colleges. The chairperson and the members are here. So the good thing is that when we are going to have other discussion elsewhere, we need to ensure that we are going easy on the training providers when they are saying we need land, we need resources to make sure that we have hostels for people with marginalized community. I think we have had in today's discussions. And then the other issue that we discussed there also was the rural and agricultural TVET. We heard there that the future is agriculture. Mr. Kambinda, we moved from the future is female to the future is agriculture. So tomorrow, I think the future is technology, IT. Yeah, so we learn really great stuff. I think we picked from Angola Homestead Academy as well, how they are putting it together. We looked at we discussed perceptions, how it is being one of the issues that is affecting TVET. And it was said, end discouragement of enrollment. And that is because it was believed that everybody that is going into TVET is actually the non-smart one. They are those ones that are not doing well in school, are the ones that have gone to TVET. That is why yesterday when I was introducing one of the speakers, I have said, he is a product of TVET, but he have also gone to school. What everybody believes is school. So he is, that perception is not there. So I think, thank you very much. I think that Dr. Fiona also, as she was presenting, she stressed that part very well to say, TVET is not for those that have failed. And I think I will also just, since I am narrating what happened, I was taking note, but I haven't had a chance to talk, so I will talk now. And I will say that the moment you bring everyone that is not good in school to do TVET, one day when you are sitting here, you see this thing here is going to fall on your head. Okay, so, and then there was an issue of youth and opportunities. So that there are many opportunities that young people must actually grab through TVET. And TVET sector must be appealing, accessible, and even sexy. Yeah. I think 3 more presenters came there really say, make it fashionable, make it what, but I think it is really great. I think this was a very wonderful conference. We have had numerous conferences, but most of the conferences, it starts full, and toward the end, you close it off with only a quarter of the number of people that were there. As opposed to our conference, we started with people coming in slowly but surely, but toward the end, there are no seats even. That's why you see that there are colleagues sitting there at the back, because the whole place is packed. So this is really great. We did wonders. Yeah. So, as we are wrapping up this conference, one message is very clear. TVET is not just about skills, it's also about shaping the future. So together we have highlighted the challenges, we have explored the innovations, we have envisioned a path where TVET becomes inclusive, we have looked at where TVET can be modernized, we have looked at where TVET can be inspirational. So let us leave here with renewed commitment, ready to build partnerships and empower educators, inspire youth, and ensure that TVET drives meaningful change for our communities, for our country, and of course, Namibia at large. So with those few remarks, I would like to say that you deserve a very big round of applause, all of you, for having been participants. You have all participated. Everyone that wanted to ask a question did that. They were afforded an opportunity. There was no question too bad or no question too good. We have actually attended to everyone. And the next thing on the program is really we have gifts that we would like to hand out to those that have presented, to the presenters or facilitators. We have a team that will assist us with that. I will then call out the Chief Operations Officer to do that honors. But the good thing is we also have Mr. Olivier here, who is the board member and a chairperson of the SACC, which is the council responsible for standards and assessment, he can also, they can come forward and assist with handing over those gifts. Mr. Shaningwa, are you going to assist with the gifts forward? Okay, thank you very much. We would then, while the principals are coming forward, Mr. Shaningwa, you can also just come forward with the names so we can read them out. Okay. Okay, I would like to call all the presenters to the front and the facilitators. The presenters and the facilitators. No, gift, you are not one of them. Definitely not. Yeah.
He wants a gift.
Yeah. Gift wants a gift, yes.
Is there any other board member here? Ndahafa and Dr. Elizabeth, you're not here? Okay.
Okay? Do we have all the presenters and all the presenters? If you were a presenter and or a facilitator, please come forward. Thank you very much. Going once? Going twice? Yeah, Mr. Shindi, I think you can come and represent your consortium. Okay, I'll just make sure that everybody's there. So, I don't know now, maybe there will be, you want to say something into the thing? Okay. Okay, Mr. Erki Haipinge, he was one of the presenter. Please step forward and get a token of appreciation from us. Ms. Hilia Amvula, please step forward as a presenter and get a token of appreciation. Dr. Kloppers, please step forward. Rosa, Meme Rosa, step forward. Mr. Chirare, Dr. Anderson, Mr. Ndipwashimwe, Mr. Sylvester, Mr. Kabinda, Dr. Kapolo, Mr. Prada, Mr. Kuzuwalela, Dr. Kadila, Ms. Shiponeni, Mr. Klute, represented by Mr. Hango.
Mr. Busel is not here.
Yes. Anyone from NEMT? And then Mrs. Grace Sikosana, Comtia. And someone to receive the gift of Mr. Busal? We will send it to him. Okay, someone can receive it. Ms. Onesmus Nakashole, receiving on behalf of Mr. Klute.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Ndakalute also presented online. Mr. Nauta would like to receive it. That is for Mr. Ndakalute. He gave us a very good presentation. Thank you very much. Is there anyone that's going to receive my gift, you know? Also for me, I think Mr. Mr. Shanunga will receive it, Thank you, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Olivier. Thank you for the high table. The gifts will definitely follow, and thank you very much, COO, for the gifts. Now it's the time to then call the CEO to the podium to give us a closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Luckily, I was already at the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I would ask you to give yourselves a well-deserved round of applause. I stand here today with a smile of gratitude, pride, and hope. Over the past 3 days, we had not only talked about TVET, we have lived TVET through shared stories and innovative ideas. However, as TVET family, with all those input, ideas, and information, it's evident that we are called to action. The rhetoric time is over, and we have to be pragmatic in our approach in order to respond to our labor market needs and address our socioeconomic challenges that's facing our country. With that said, it brings me to one big question, and that question is, what are the practical recommendations from this conference? It was a good recap, but what marching orders are we giving ourselves from this conference before we go back all what we have had today, or rather for the past 3 days? What marching orders are we giving ourselves, TVET family? Now, I would like us to reflect on that, to say, what are we going to do? And many words have been said. We spoke of transformation, we spoke of innovation, we spoke of research, but we have to be clear that we should put emphasis on applied research. We need to be able to put in practice our ideas. And I think that's where I want to put focus on. We no longer have to live in a time where we have to do research that we cannot implement. Otherwise, we will be vacillating, not going forward, not going backward. We are just in the same place. For example, I would be happy if we have to research on how to optimize a twin turbo engine. I would be happy. But the question is, do you even know how to build that engine? So research should be more of that applied science or applied research. Now, I would like to be short. To our guest speakers, to our facilitators and presenters, I would like to thank you for lighting the spark, and I cannot thank you enough for responding to our call and for enriching us with your knowledge and experience. To our partners and sponsors, thank you for fueling the fire and making this gathering possible. We appreciate you. To every delegate in this room, thank you for keeping the flame alive with your energy, with your passion, and with your commitment. To the conference organizing team, thank you for your intentional and thoughtful concept. You have shown us that conferences are not only about programs and logistics, but about creating memorable experiences that touches both the mind and heart. You didn't just plan this event, you curated a moment that will be remembered. To our catering team, except if there's someone that will raise an objection now, we thank you for nourishing our, or rather us, throughout this conference. Your meals were more than just food. They were moments of connection, moments of laughter, and energy that kept us going throughout this conference. This conference has reminded us that skills are not just about tools and trades. They are about hidden or art hidden within our work, about bridging the digital divide, embracing sustainability, and ensuring inclusion. To all TVET managers, to all TVET trainers, and all TVET practitioners across the training provider, it emerged clearly that discipline lies at the core of TVET delivery. Industry requires a disciplined workforce, and therefore, we must build mechanisms within our institutions to nurture this. Continuous professional development, as it was alluded to, is not an optional. It's not an option, it's essential. Equally, let us not work in silos as a TVET family. Let's reach out to each other. Let us not wait for the next conference before we implement. Hence my reference to what are the practical recommendations before we go back our conference presentations and goodies. So let us collaborate. Let us visit one another. Let us learn from each other. on what are the best practices. And let us leverage on our strengths so that together we can equip a Namibian child. As we leave Swakopmund, not today, but I hope you will be staying with us until the closing ceremony. Let us carry this spirit forward and make Namibia's TVET delivery model shine brighter than ever before. With all our hearts, we say thank you. We thank you, and once more we thank you.
Thank you very much, our Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Shilongo, for those remarks. Now that we are all properly and appropriately appreciated, I would like to indicate that this have then marked the end of the conference at the National Skills Competition Swakopmund 2025. I have one announcement, only one announcement, or rather two. The first one is just to cement what was said earlier. Please, if you would like to attend the closing ceremony for the National Skills Competition 2025 that is going to take place on Saturday evening, please do your RSVP today before you exit this facility. I think at the back there is a desk where you can do that. Please, please, please do that so that we know what are the numbers. And then the second announcement is that tomorrow, I think it's Friday. You know, it has been very busy, so I even lost count of the days. So tomorrow we have the national consultation on the work integrated learning regulation. As it was indicated earlier, yesterday by the consortium of Mr. Shindi and Rosalia, we are ushering into place a new law, which is work integrated learning, and that regulation will be consulted from tomorrow onward. So Erongo region is tomorrow, and it's taking place in this venue tomorrow from 8 o'clock. So please come through as well so you can be consulted, you can comment, and you can shape that regulation. So thank you very much. Have a great evening. Oh, no, one more thing. There is a group photo. I almost forgot there's a group photo. We are going to find space here on the podium. I think the podium is strong enough to carry all of us. And then please make your way to the front. Then the team responsible for picture will take a group photo. Thank you very much.